The hearing will please come to order. Congressman Broomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Morning.
Mr. Secretary, you've worked long and hard to advance U.S. interests not only in Nicaragua, but throughout Latin America. I want you to know your public service is valued and appreciated. I've had the distinct opportunity, I guess, of working with you right from the very beginning of your service with the State Department. And I know that members who have served on our Foreign Affairs Committee respect you highly.
Thank you.
You're a man of integrity and dedication and loyalty. My questions concern two specific areas, and I believe important subjects. The first subject is in keeping Congress informed of important State Department activities. The second one is the aid to the Nicaraguan resistance. At any point on informing Congress, at any point before the Iran-Contra investigation started in November of 1986, did you have a legal obligation to come forward to inform Congress of the solicitation of humanitarian aid from the country of Brunei?
I don't believe so, Mr. Broomfield.
On the Brunei solicitation, and I know you've been asked many, many questions on this subject, but yesterday you testified that you had been authorized to talk about it. What were Secretary of State Shultz's instructions to you about maintaining the confidentiality of the fact that you solicited funds from Brunei?
As I recall, when I spoke to the government of Brunei officials, by the way, never the Sultan, I've never spoken to or met the Sultan, one of their first requests was confidentiality, and we guaranteed that. We absolutely guaranteed it. And as I remember the guidance from Secretary Shultz, it was to maintain absolute confidentiality. We told no one in my bureau. We kept it unbelievably tight within the Department of State. And as I recall, it was very clear that I was not to report this to Congress. We did not view it as an intelligence activity. It was not an intelligence activity. It was a diplomatic activity of which the State Department had undertaken. It was felt by those with whom I discussed it that I was right in saying that I should not report it to the Congress unless I had his explicit authorization to do so, and that I did have to go back to him.
But did you understand the Secretary's instruction to keep the Brunei solicitation confidential to mean, among other things, that even if the solicitation was successful and the Brunei money actually went to the Congress would never be told of it?
We never actually discussed the question of whether we would have disclosed it had the money in fact come in and started to be spent. But it was clear to me that in this initial period of negotiation with the government of Brunei, I guess I should say solicitation of the government of Brunei, that we were not going to report it to Congress. We never actually crossed that bridge.
Apart from the Brunei solicitation and during your State Department service, have you ever received an instruction to maintain confidentiality about any particular information which you understood to mean that you could never tell Congress that information?
No.
Section 15B of the State Department's Basic Authorities Act states in part, and I quote, "The Department of State shall keep the Committee on Foreign Relations of the Senate and the Committee of the Foreign Affairs of the House of Representatives fully and currently informed with respect to all activities and responsibilities within the jurisdiction of these committees," end quote. Those committees have jurisdiction of U.S. foreign affairs and diplomacy. Were you aware of this statute that requires the Department of State to keep the Foreign Affairs Committees fully and currently informed of the Department's activities?
I was not aware of that statute.
In the context of the Brunei solicitation, do you believe that the Department of State fully complied with the statutory duty?
Boy, I guess I would want Judge Sofair's view of that. I would be disinclined to interpret that statute to mean that the department must report on every single activity which it undertakes, in part because there are too many. It cannot really mean that. And some of the activities in which we're involved are activities which are reported only to the intelligence committees, and that is in a sense by agreement with the Congress, that some activities are reported to intelligence rather than to foreign affairs. So I really don't know, as a matter of law, what the answer to that is.
We understand the Brunei solicitation was totally illegal. But as a general matter, should the United States ask foreign countries to fund achievement of U.S. foreign policy when the United States Congress has failed to provide funds, given that a solicited foreign country is bound, in my judgment, to expect something in return at some point, even if it wasn't promised?
I have to tell you that I think it is shameful for the United States to be going around rattling a tin cup. I think it is shameful. I did it because the Contras were, as far as I knew, starving. They were in debt on buying food. They were cutting back rations. I had it in my legal power, with the approval of the President and the Secretary, to get them food and medicine and clothing, and it would have been immoral, in my view, to have failed to use that authority. But it is a practice that I think is awful.
We're not only examining today the wisdom of administration's actions here, we should also examine the wisdom of the stop-start policies of Congress. As you stated in your opening remarks, and I found them extremely interesting, to note that the same Congress that put restrictions on Contra aid also condemned in statute the Nicaraguan communists and said that the U.S. had a special responsibility on that matter. How difficult was it to manage an effective foreign policy toward Nicaragua when Congress was radically changing the laws of Contra aid every few months?
It's very, very hard. It's really almost impossible. For one thing, you're dealing with sovereign states in the area, and you're also dealing with the Nicaraguan resistance, and their lives are on the line. In the longer run, that is true for El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Guatemala as well, and they don't know what our policy is. They don't know what our policy is. They ask you. They ask me. That's very nice. I now know what you think and what the President thinks, what the Secretary thinks. Is that the position of the U.S. government? You have two policies. We have visitors from Congress who tell us that the policy will change in a matter of weeks or months. Therefore, they really don't rely on what the President and the Secretary tell them. They feel that they are hard-pressed to rely on that. For those in the field who are trying to implement this policy at, you might say, the ground level, it's impossible. It's just impossible.
Well, what can be done to change that?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that we're in an area which is built into the Constitution. One of the greatest scholars of the Constitution, Edwin S. Corwin, wrote that the Constitution is an invitation to constant struggle over foreign policy. And so we struggle. The executive struggles with the legislative, and policy changes, and foreign governments, they come to understand that that is one of the problems of our system. It is built into the system, and we just have to try to cope with it.
Well, it obviously has been going on for a long time. It's not only this administration. You can go back many administrations, and they've had the same difficulty in working out foreign policy with Congress. But I think one of the important things is to try to rebuild trust. And I think the experience that you went through with the Senate Intelligence Committee, I felt for you yesterday when you you indicated that it was one of your worst days that you've spent with the State Department. But there's something that's got to be done to start rebuilding so there's trust between the Congress and the administration. And I think one of the things I've kept recommending is that we have a single intelligence committee, in other words, composed of members of both the House and Senate, to cut down on the number of appearances that people like in your capacity would have to appear. I was amazed that you indicated that a little over a year and a half you've made 60 appearances before congressional committees. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think it's the right thing to do. Those 60 appearances don't count the innumerable one-on-one meetings and small group meetings with members of Congress over that period as well. What we do now, for example, I and the task force chief from the CIA do a biweekly briefing of the Senate Intelligence Committee at their request in an effort to really to deal with what you're talking about. I think it is fair to say right now that we have briefed that committee on everything that might happen under the Contra program, and that nothing that could happen would be a surprise to that committee. And I think this is the way we really should be doing it.
The statute by which Congress approved the current U.S. program granting $100 million in aid to Nicaraguan resistance says that the Department of State is responsible for policy guidance, coordination, and supervision of all U.S. government activities under the program. What is the Department of State doing to make sure that the $100 million is spent for exactly what Congress authorized and that all of U.S. personnel comply with the law?
Well, that's a very important provision of law. That is absolutely, in my experience, unique and anomalous. It says that the State Department is supposed to supervise not only CIA and DOD, but NSC, the White House. I know of no other situation in which we actually are supposed to do that. We try to do it. We have, under a National Security Decision Directive of the President, now a formal interagency group, which I chair. We have a formal senior interagency group chaired by Undersecretary of State Armacost, which we meet, in theory, at least once a week. They meet, I don't know, probably once a month, reporting at intervals to the NSC or the NSPG. In our interagency group, we now include, because the Tower Commission, I think, correctly suggested this, we now include a representative of the Legal Advisor's Office at every meeting. We have also decided to include a representative of OMB at every meeting. Really going to the questions of management, legality, administration, how the program functions as opposed to the policy aspects of it. And I now have, instead of, I mentioned yesterday that I had one briefing of the Secretary on Latin American affairs per week, I now have two. We've doubled it because he wants to be in closer touch with the functioning of the program. We have also been more assertive in our dealings, frankly, with the CIA. And in areas where I think, before this bill was passed, I would have said, look, it's, X or Y is their business. There are now areas where I will say, I'm sorry, we're supposed to supervise this, and if we don't get what I consider to be the right answer at the interagency group level, we go to the senior level or we go to the Secretary.
Are you confident that you would detect misbehavior by U.S. government personnel with the current safeguards under the Nicaraguan resistance program?
I am not fully confident because you can probably detect some misbehavior. You can probably detect deliberate misbehavior that people don't try to hide. If people are misbehaving and are trying very hard to hide it, sooner or later you'll find it out, but it may take a long time. And in fact, there have been acts which you would call misbehavior since this program began, which have come to light and which I believe have been reported to the Intelligence Committee.
Do the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Intelligence Committee meet regularly with you to oversee your activities under the current $100 million U.S. program?
The Senate Intelligence Committee, really the Senate Intelligence Committee staff meets with us on a biweekly basis, the House Committee on a less regular basis.
Does the Nicaraguan resistance currently have any sources of funding for its military activities, whether private sources or from foreign government sources, other than the $100 million provided under the United States program?
Well, one thing I've learned over the last year is to answer that question, not to my knowledge.
A private contributor testified that Colonel North told him that the United States government had this secret plan that provided for the U.S. Navy to blockade Nicaragua, for the Nicaraguan resistance to seize and hold some territory in Nicaragua, and for the United States government to recognize the resistance as the new government of Nicaragua. I want to ask you really straightforward, is that now, or has it ever been, the United States government plan for Nicaragua, or was that something that was drummed up by Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North?
That is not now, nor was it ever, U.S. policy. It is true, as the Tower Commission, I think, reported, that Colonel North had that plan, but the plan, when he asked around about it in the interagency process, the plan was rejected.
Elliott, I'd like to ask you one final question, and that happens to be you've gone through an awful lot, and I'm just happy to see that your day of reckoning came today, or the last couple of days, so you can get it off your chest of just exactly how you feel about a lot of things. You've had to wait a lot, and there's been a lot of stuff in the press about who's guilty and who's not guilty. But as you reflect back over the last 15 or 16 months since you assumed the Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, do you have any regrets or any feelings that you would change if you could live the last 15 months over? What would you do?
How much time do I have?
As much as you want.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is quite obviously November 25th, 1986. That is to say, the much discussed Intelligence Committee testimony, which was bad testimony. That is to say, I went in there in a bind, feeling that I could not be fully candid with the committee, and that is why I went back to the committee and apologized to the committee. That's the first thing that comes to mind. I guess more generally, I think that I have regrets about the way in which the policy was managed, but they're not personal regrets. They're regrets really more about the activities of the executive branch and of the legislative branch, and that over this period we couldn't come to a better agreement. This policy in Central America, which is in our view so crucial to our national security, has become, and it's just so hotly controversial that it really proved impossible to achieve a legislative scheme that we felt was one under which it is possible for people at the ground level to do a decent job. And it really caught people at that level in a bind, unfairly, I think. So I wish, in a sense, that we could rerun that and try to achieve a better consensus between the administration and Congress. Whether we could do so, I don't know.
Well, and don't you think another area would be that having the programs and policy run under the normal process rather than have them coordinated by some person in the National Security
Well, there's
Council?
no, as I say, it's not in a sense a personal regret for something I did, but there's no question that one of the central lessons we learned from this experience is that we have these institutions, essentially three: Defense Department, Central Intelligence Agency, and State Department, and our national security policy should be implemented through those agencies. It should not be implemented through the National Security Council staff. It should not be implemented through private citizens. It should not be implemented by going to foreign governments and asking them for money. That is not the way a great nation should run its foreign policy.
In your contacts, since these hearings have been going on, what do you detect from countries that you have jurisdiction over? Have these hearings had an adverse impact on them? Are they curious of where we're going to go as far as our policy in Central America, or what?
They've had one beneficial impact, which is that the government has utterly ground to a halt in Managua. All they do all day is watch these hearings. CNN is available. I don't mean to give a plug, but it's available throughout the Caribbean Basin area. I think that they have, I know that they have, because we have cable traffic on this, upset a number of our allies in the region. It's not the fact that we hold the hearings. It is the fact that America is so much at odds with itself, that the policy of support for them, not just for the resistance, but for them, for countries like El Salvador, is becoming more and more controversial, and it scares them.
Well, there's still a lot of questions, obviously, to be asked about this situation. I regret to see how this has developed, because I think it's this cloud that hangs over the administration until we get this investigation over. I'm quite disturbed at the indication that maybe the independent counsel now is trying to put off Oliver North from appearing here for a while. I think that's regrettable. I think the most important thing we can do for our country is to have these hearings move right along, and until we get the principal witnesses, both Oliver North and Poindexter here, I think we're not going to know all the answers. But I want to compliment you for your candidness before this committee. You've been very forthright. I hope from now on, though, that you don't have to be a major English person to understand what you're talking about, but because I do believe you, and I want to thank you very much for your appearance.
Thank you.
Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been suggested that some members of this committee have become too prosecutorial during the course of these proceedings. I would like to offer just a few comments concerning this. I would say that it's not our function to either prosecute witnesses or to defend them, but to try and determine as objectively as we can what the facts are and where the truth lay, which seems to me right now to be buried under a layer of contradictions, misrepresentations, and deliberate deceptions. And I might say that this is not the forum to debate the merits of the Contra aid program. Whether it occupies the high or low ground, that's something that belongs to the Foreign Relations or Foreign Affairs Committees, the full House and the Senate, and ultimately the country. For me, these hearings should have three essential purposes. Number one, to determine whether the administration is carrying out a covert action to sell arms to Iran at prices that were inflated by middlemen who may or may not have been agents of the U.S. government, violated our laws by diverting a portion of those proceeds to the Contras at a time when U.S. aid was prohibited. Secondly, whether in its desire to hold the, quote, heart and soul of the Contra aid program together, administration officials either improperly solicited funds or actively aided the Contras at a time when that aid was prohibited by Congress. But thirdly, and for me most importantly, we have to determine what are the policy implications for this country if it turns to private individuals or foreign countries to carry out on a covert basis what the Congress and the country have openly rejected. What does it mean, for example, when our government believes it must act in the shadows, using code words and whispers and foreign capital and Swiss bank accounts and profiteers and mercenaries to carry out its objectives? How we conduct the nation's business is as crucial as why we're conducting it, because our motives may be high, but the tactics might be low or lawless. And the means, for me at least, are more important than the motives. Secondly, I'd point out that we have tremendous power in these hearings to call our colleagues or witnesses before us, citizens, to give testimony under oath. And that power should not be abused by us. I think that innocent actions or ambiguous statements, when placed under either a microscope or a magnifying glass, can look like naked lies running around looking for fig leaves. So I think we have to take care that we not abuse this particular power. But what is of equal concern to me is how misrepresentations, crucial omissions, and deliberate deceptions have been encouraged to masquerade as truths before congressional committees. Since last December, I have been dismayed to listen to a string of witnesses who suffer from either accommodating amnesia, bland indifference, or deliberate ignorance about a program of fundamental importance to this administration. Congress, I think, as Congressman Broomfield has pointed out, we have to bear a measure of responsibility for a lack of consistency in recognizing the threat that the Sandinistas pose. But Congress cannot be a partner in sustaining a consistent foreign policy when it is either not being informed by an administration or being deliberately misinformed. It was said by Mr. Abrams that foreign countries don't know what our policy is. I would suggest Congress also doesn't know what the foreign policy is, because it kept shifting from week to week or month to month. I'd like to begin, Mr. Abrams, by pointing out yesterday you indicated on November 25th, when you appeared before the Intelligence Committee, you were not under oath at that time, correct? You mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference to you whether you're under oath or not when you appear before the Intelligence Committee, does it?
No, it does not.
Right. And the same thing is true as far as your appearances before the national television programs. You would apply the same standards.
Sure.
And you would agree that it's not the oath that makes the person credible, but the person that makes the oath reliable.
Well said.
During the course of the Evans-Novak program, I want to quote from something that they said about your appearance that day. Mr. Evans said, "I don't know whether Secretary of State for Latin America has taken lessons on how to be cool under fire or couth under fire, but I gave him the worst pummeling I could. I really tried to get in there. Of course, you were rather aggressive yourself," meaning Mr. Novak. "We didn't get anywhere in bending him out of his position that the U.S. government in no way, shape, or form had nothing in any way, guidance, organizational orders, etc., to do with this tragic case." Then Mr. Novak said the following. He said, "You know, I've seen a lot of cover-ups in this town, and we both may end up with egg on our face before the week is over, but this is all an elaborate lie. But this doesn't look like a cover-up, and it doesn't because there is no equivocation. There is no equivocation. He says it didn't come from a U.S. military base. He says these companies are not CIA companies. The so-called Max Gomez, the CIA operative supposedly hired by the CIA or Vice President Bush, doesn't even exist. No, no, no," he says. What is troubling about their analysis of your testimony or appearance that day is the fact that there is no equivocation. You are wrong at the top of your lungs in this particular interview, as you were before the intelligence committees. And Mr. Gomez, for example, you told them you didn't know who he was. Who did you ask about Mr. Gomez?
I'd have to take a look at the
Do you know who Max Gomez is?
I know now who he is. I've never met the
gentleman. You didn't know at the time? Did you ask anybody about it? When they asked you a question, for example, Max Gomez theoretically has been hired or allegedly has been hired by Vice President Bush's office. Did you go to anyone in Bush's office?
I'd have to see what question I was asked. I would tell you that, for one thing, I have never met Mr. Gomez, and before this whole thing broke, or, well, let's use the name Gomez, was unaware of the fact that there was such a person present in El Salvador. He went to El Salvador for wholly legitimate purposes, I understand it, long before I had come to this bureau.
But they asked you a question about Max Gomez, and your answer, this is Exhibit 25, I believe, page 4153. I first heard about it on Friday morning as well. I can say, first of all, there's no Max Gomez. How do you know that? How did you know that?
Oh, because I knew that I knew by then that, in fact, this was an assumed name.
Why didn't you say so? Why did you lead Evans and Novak to believe there was no Max Gomez?
Oh,
Why
I don't think I... Come on.
Well, you did.
Come on. I can say first there's no Max Gomez. Whoever that gentleman is, he isn't named Max Gomez. I don't think I left them with the impression that there was no person, but rather that the name was wrong. I don't think that's fair, Senator. I don't think they had that misimpression.
You don't think they had that misimpression?
That there was a man whose real name was not Max Gomez, and that's true.
Well, in their conclusion, they said the following.
So, it says, so we need, first of all, to find out who he is. Now, that obviously indicates there is a man.
Did you try to find out who he was?
I knew at that point, I believed by then, what his real name was. He was using a cover name for reasons I assume having to do with security. It was not my place on a public TV show to give what his real name was if it wasn't in the press already. I don't recall the date of this. But
so what you're saying is that you knew who Max Gomez was, but you ducked the issue there by saying, well, we'll have to find out who the gentleman really is?
Oh, wait a minute. Do you know anything about Don Gregg had hired this Max Gomez, who Hassan Foose described as a CIA agent? Do you know anything about that? Mr. Abrams, not a lot. I first heard about it on Friday morning as well. I can say, first of all, there's no Max Gomez. Whoever that gentleman is, he certainly isn't named Max Gomez, so we need, first of all, to find out who he is. Secondly, I know nothing about any connection.
Wait, stop right there. We need to find out who he is. You knew who he was.
I think probably by then I knew what his real name was. They may not have known, and I was not at liberty, I felt, to disclose it on a TV show, and I don't think that's misleading at all. I did not tell them there was no person who existed.
Well, then their statement that the CIA, Max Gomez, doesn't even exist. No. They were, unfortunately, they had a misimpression then of your time.
Well, that's okay, but they didn't get it from that language, which indicates quite clearly, I think, that there was such a person, and that the name was not Max Gomez, and that's true.
All right. That's technically true. There is no Max Gomez, just as there's no Mr. Kenilworth. Right?
Well, I don't think that's a fair comment either, Senator. It's not technically true. It is true. I didn't know a lot about this. I never met the guy. I didn't know he was in El Salvador. I was one of the people finding out about it. I said, one thing for sure is, I know that his name is not Max Gomez.
Is that what you said in this interview?
I think that's what I said. I remember when this first broke, being told by somebody, probably CIA, that Max Gomez was not a real name.
Okay. Well, during the rest of the interview, I also found some problems with it, frankly, because you cite both the chairman and the vice chairman of the Intelligence Committee as corroborating not your testimony, but at least your appearance that day. You said the chairman, one Democrat, one Republican have said this is not in any case a CIA operation. Same document, be 4155. I don't think there's any dispute. You've said it on 3 different occasions in this interview. I take great comfort in the fact that the Intelligence Committee members I speak to be in complete agreement that there is no U.S. government involvement. And what troubles me as a member of that committee is, first, Congress is deceived, and then that deception is used to corroborate statements by other members of the administration. And that apparently is what occurred here. You cite the Intelligence Committee as saying, you see, the Republican and the Democrat both agree there's no U.S. involvement here. And you now realize that you were not told the truth, and therefore you are holding us out as corroborating your statements.
You're in an interview here which is probably the 10th or 11th of October.
That's right.
In which the state of knowledge of the Intelligence Committee was roughly the same as mine, I suspect.
We were misled.
No, wait a minute. The state of my knowledge and yours at that time was probably
The same.
roughly the same.
We were both
you were not,
misled.
with respect to this Hassenfuss thing, I was confident that this was not a CIA operation. Probably by then I had already testified. I think you knew, if you knew it, because the Deputy Director for Operations of the Central Intelligence Agency had categorically stated, sitting next to me in a couple of hearings, that this was not a CIA operation. So if you feel that somebody told you that and you could rely on it, you ought to talk about that testimony, which is probably the authoritative testimony.
And would you say that testimony was accurate that was given to us?
Well, we now know it was not accurate.
Okay, so we were both misled, is what I said in the first place, right?
I think that's fair.
Okay. Let's go to the Tower Board testimony you gave. With reference to General Singlab, you told the Tower Board, and I want to refer to page B125. You were asked about Singlab's efforts to solicit funds for the Contras. We in the department never made any other solicitation for anything from anyone. One time this summer, I would say, General Singlab called me from Asia and said I can get some aid for the Contras through me if you'll just sort of let the foreign government know, just tell their ambassador I don't remember.
Can I ask you where you are? I'd like to follow it.
B125.
Well,
You don't have that.
What's the date?
This is the Tower Board.
But there's two. Oh, I see. You're reading from the report.
Right.
Because I've got my testimony
Let me just summarize it, and then I'll give you the document if you'd like. You responded to the Tower Board, and they asked you about Singlab's efforts to solicit funds from countries number 3 and 5. You said that, I said I can't do that. It's just not right. I can't do that. Do you recall that testimony? Mm-hmm. The problem I have with that categorical statement, once again, it's just not right, is that the implication is there's some sort of moral balance going on, what is right and what is wrong. That it's not right for General Singlab to get this nod from me. It's just not right. That, in fact, doesn't comport with what all the documents that were being furnished to you by your direct subordinate, Mr. Melton, seem to indicate. What they indicate is that the timing wasn't right. Tell Singlab the timing is wrong, that he is in danger of jeopardizing this sophisticated strategy that we have for getting the President's program through the Congress.
Have you read Mr. Melton's deposition, sir?
I've read all of the documents that were submitted to you.
Well, Senator, he's been deposed by this committee. He has stated in full, under oath, his view of all of that. And I think it's a little bit unfair, frankly, but I can tell you that I've read it because the committee was kind enough to make it available to me. I think you'll find when you read it that Mr. Melton, not knowing what I testified, under oath, a career Foreign Service officer, has a little bit of a different recollection of it, in which his recollection really is, as was mine, that we were really saying to General Singlab, a man for whom I have and have always had the utmost respect and admiration, that we were not going to say to him, would you please go away, we're not going to help you with this. We were going to kind of try to let him down easily, because I was actually sorry that there was nothing that I could do to help him, but I felt there was nothing I could do to help him. I think that your interpretation is not that of Mr. Melton, who was the career officer who attended all those meetings and who was the usual contact with General Singlaub.
Then all of those memos coming to you from Mr. Melton were in error then?
No, sir, they were not all in error. Mr. Melton says in his deposition that the line in which he says there was a previous deposition
I didn't
is
cite
wrong.
that line. All right, forgetting that line. Forget that line. The other lines say, tell Singlaub, indicate him, the timing is not right. This is going to jeopardize
Senator,
our, quote, sophisticated strategy.
It's all in his deposition given to these committees under oath. And what it says is, and it is right, that General Singlaub was being, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's true, kind of strung along. We didn't want to give him a definitive no. But there was never any decision to give him the help he needed, because that was something I felt I did not want to do.
Because it was not right, or because the timing was not right?
What we told General Singlaub was the timing was not right, because we wanted to kind of let him down easily. That is Mr. Melton's sworn deposition to these committees.
Let me move back to the issue of the Miami Herald when you complained to Mr. Abramowitz that someone in his department was leaking information. You commented on this yesterday, the April 30 Miami Herald piece. The question I have, did you ever call Oliver North concerning this story?
Don't believe so.
Why wouldn't you call Oliver North after the Secretary had asked you to monitor his activities? Here was a direct allegation that he was acting in violation of the law, and you not once called Oliver North to say, is there any truth to this story in the Miami Herald?
I do not believe that let me just read something if I could. Take me 1 second. My notes of September 4th, 1985, of a meeting with the Secretary. 1, monitor Ali. 2, report to the Secretary on the effectiveness of the Contras. 3, diplomatic track, very important, keep alive. 4, economic aid, boom everywhere but Nicaragua. Look at our economic resources, get more mileage out of them, a sense of momentum, private investment, economic development. Monitor Ali is one line in a very large book. It was not what I was supposed to do first thing every morning. I did, in fact, with respect to illegal activities, as I testified yesterday, ask him about whether he was doing anything violative of the law, and I dealt with him pretty regularly. What concerned me about this was that it was not the first time that I had read about or heard about intelligence officers of the department talking to the press in this way, which they aren't supposed to do. That was my concern for that morning. Monitor Ali is not an activity that is to be conducted on a 45-hour-a-week basis.
But if there were rumors being circulated on a 48-hour-by-week basis about his activities, you didn't feel compelled at least to determine what exactly he was doing?
I was in pretty regular contact with him, and for all I know, I did ask him about that. I have no memory of asking him about that, and my concern was, first of all, the Secretary did not say to me, monitor your deputies and monitor your ambassadors, but that was my real job, because I'm a State Department officer. I don't supervise the activities of NSC officials. And my concern here was what looked to me like an untoward act by somebody supervised in my building.
It was number one on your list, though, in terms of activities to be conducted.
No, sir. It was number one in terms of what question I happened to ask him in what order that day. I can assure you that the conversation with the Secretary that day, and you can ask him about it, about Colonel North was a lot briefer than any of the other conversations.
Well, the Secretary is not known as being someone who makes judgments lightly about people, is he? I mean, he's a fairly substantive man, right? Secretary
Yes, sir.
Schultz. And he wouldn't pass judgment without some justification on an individual. Is that right? Well, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Secretary Schultz didn't have much contact with Oliver North, not as much as you did.
Certainly not as much as I did.
He came to some conclusion, at least, that this individual is a loose cannon, right?
Yes, sir.
And you felt that was entirely improper, or at least not a fair assessment of Oliver North.
I thought it was wrong.
Okay. Now, because you saw nothing during your entire contact with him that would amount to him being classified as a loose cannon.
On the contrary,
Okay.
I've given some examples yesterday of when he went through proper channels, exactly as he should have.
Right. Well, when you described his proposal about the Contras seizing a portion of land on the Atlantic coast and then maintaining a sort of last stand a la the Alamo and then trying to bring the Congress into that, was that something that we describe as a loose cannon proposal?
If he had done anything about it, sure, but what he did about it was to raise it and talk about it, and then everybody who considered it said, no, that's a bad idea.
That it was crazy.
But it was not wrong for him to come up with ideas. That's not being a loose cannon, and put them through channels and ask people what to do about them. That's one of his jobs, I suppose.
And his note...
He was in the politico-military division of the NSC.
Understand. And his note that was to Poindexter, that he had called Arias to tell him that unless he called off the press conference, they were going to shut off aid to Costa Rica. Would that be a loose cannon activity if in fact it occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware of any other rumors to the effect that he was acting or had some other proposals that would be strike some as being less than responsible? Seizing terrorists and holding them hostage?
I don't recall that one, but I was never involved in the terrorism side of his activities. It may be, if I can speculate for a moment, that the Secretary had come to the conclusion that he was a loose cannon because of his activities on the counterterrorism or Iran side, about which I knew nothing.
Now, when you testified before the Intelligence Committee, you were asked at one point, you explained why you didn't ask the CIA to investigate who was behind the arms shipment from a warehouse in Portugal. Why was the question? Well, you said we wanted the Contras to succeed. Do you recall that answer? Why you didn't inquire from the CIA as to the arms shipment coming from the warehouse in Portugal?
Well, I didn't. The CIA told me that they had in fact investigated the arms shipments and were able to trace it to a warehouse in Portugal, but could not trace it beyond there. The question had been answered. They said they could not.
Well, see, the problem that I have is that not only, I wasn't citing the Evans-Novak piece to show that two journalists have egg on their face, because we have egg on our faces.
We all do. I certainly do.
You do. We do. The administration does. I'd even say Secretary Shultz does, right? Correct?
Well, I won't comment on that. I think that's really inappropriate of me.
Well, the reason I raise it is because you made a very emphatic point yesterday about the fact that not only did you come to Congress to explain the situation, you even went to Secretary Shultz, and you made that point several times. See, what we have is a story of betrayal by a number of people. Do you feel betrayed yourself, having given this testimony and not have been corrected for a period of 3 weeks?
Yes. And on for other reasons.
Right. But you are actually, does Secretary Shultz fall in that category? Because he didn't inform you either about a prior contribution from country number 2, right?
Of course he doesn't.
He didn't tell you, did he?
He didn't tell me.
Right. So here you were testifying before the Intelligence Committee that there were no foreign contributions, no solicitations, when in fact the Secretary of State for whom you work directly under him didn't tell you that in fact there had been a $32 million contribution.
If he believed it.
If he believed it?
Yeah, I can't testify as to the Secretary's
Well, the fact of the matter
knowledge.
is he was told at least in June of '86 by Bud McFarland there had been
As I recall, Mr. Dawson of the Tower Commission staff said to me that, did I know that McFarland out of office had called Secretary Shultz, said, hello, there was a $32 million or $31 million, I think he said, contribution from the Saudis, click, hang up. I don't know whether the Secretary believed that or not. I can't testify as to his state of mind.
Well, let me offer just a couple of observations that came away with yesterday. It has to do with the formulation of foreign policy in this country and what has taken place. I found it interesting, for example, that both you and General Siglob thought that Eden Pastora was somebody worth holding on to, that he could in fact provide some effective leadership for the Contras, which was in direct contradiction to what Oliver North and the CIA held as a view. So the two of you, in essence, are working at cross purposes here, because you were encouraged at least to hold on to Pastora to see if you couldn't get him back in once the $100 million came through. And I found a rather remarkable comparison between that, because the CIA also had a distrust of Mr. Ghorbanifar, saying he was totally unreliable, and yet the NSC then decided that he was a reliable source. And there are two comparable situations in which we have high-level officials within an administration working at complete cross purposes. And I suspect that that is one of the major areas that we will find this entire fiasco about not having a coherent foreign policy. And I think it is really a story of betrayal. Obviously, Mr. Ambassador Tams didn't tell you what he was doing, right? There was some betrayal there. The CIA betrayed you, didn't they? They sat next to you in front of the Senate Intelligence Committee. They sat right beside you as you made your statement, and they knew what you were saying was not true.
I really don't know whether that's true. I mean, Mr. George made the statement, and there's no way of knowing what he knew at the time. I don't know what he knew.
The Central American Task Force agent know what you were saying was untrue?
I don't know.
All right. You don't feel betrayed by either of those gentlemen?
No, sir.
Oliver North betrayed you?
I said yesterday, and I'm going to say, I don't think it is fair to draw, I have had a million unfair conclusions drawn about me. Let's just give everybody a chance to state their case.
I'm asking whether you felt betrayed by him.
At times.
Okay. And ultimately, the White House betrayed you because they were in possession of knowledge about solicitations and left you out there, quote, giving the White House line for almost 3 weeks. All right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Chairman Fasell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, you testified yesterday, and I want to try to do this, by the way, without indicating one way or the other whether I'm for you or against you. We've worked too long together, but I'm going to ask the questions anyway, because I have that responsibility. You testified yesterday that you did not tell a congressional committee about this contribution coming in from Brunei, and you did that because you were not authorized to disclose the information. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm compelled to ask you, are you under any strictures, guidance, or direction as you have appeared before this committee?
To tell the truth. And to tell everything and no other strictures.
Well, now, that's not an authorization. You don't mean to imply that.
That's
It's
right.
not a directive. You mean that the Secretary of State had to tell you, authorize you to tell the truth?
No, sir. I just mean that the only thing the Secretary has said to me about the testimony is just go on up there and tell the
You're
story.
just trying to make it abundantly clear.
Yes, sir.
That there are no reservations here and no instructions.
correct.
No strictures of any kind.
None.
Now, in answering and discussing, or answering, I'm not sure which, a question about what you would do over again in a little colloquy with Mr. Broomfield. You did a lot, you said a lot of things about what you would do over or undo or whatever. Was one of those, as I recall it, that you would not have the administration advocating a public policy on one hand and implementing a private policy on the other?
Absolutely.
How about running a major foreign policy program when there's not broad-based bipartisan support in the Congress of the United States or the American people?
It's the $64,000 question, Mr. Chairman. And
But it's a very important philosophical and political question.
But look, we
In
went to
other words, you
Congress.
take your chances.
Well, we went to Congress and we got a majority in both houses for the $100 million program, and now we are implementing it pursuant to the Constitution of the United States. We don't live in a plebiscitarian democracy.
No, thank
We live in a
goodness.
representative democracy, and we went through, God knows, we fought a bloody fight, and we won in both houses, and now we're implementing the program. Is that wrong?
No, I think it's great.
The
I mean, at
question
least
is-
you admit that the Congress has the right to act on the program, provide the money, and be a partner in the process.
Congress has to be. The system does not function unless the two branches work together. I think the problem here is a greater problem. The two branches, in a sense, work together. We went to the Congress. We got approval for this program by majorities in both houses, but there is not widespread popular support. So what do? You voted for it despite that support, that lack of support.
Well, because I believe in supporting the Contras as part of a policy, and I probably will again, but that doesn't change the fact that you can't drive a major foreign policy when you have only a narrow range of support in the Congress and it's not strong and bipartisan. You run into trouble. It's okay to blame the Congress because we do this one week and something else next year.
Oh, I don't blame the Congress. I think, in fact, this is a remarkable thing that Congress did. We all know the opinion polls. The opinion polls show a lack of public support.
Absolutely.
Congressmen are voting against public opinion in their districts for this program because they think it's the right thing to do. I think it's a fascinating and extraordinary thing. People are voting against public opinion in their districts to support this program.
Well, you see, and that raises and keeps raising the question over and over again, that if you can't take your chances with the American people and the Congress, why would you want to drive a foreign policy through some secret process that bypasses every known checks and balance and institution of government?
I think I would associate myself here with the remarks that Mr. McFarland made,
All right.
testifying here. That is, that you can't ultimately do it this way. The requirement for resources is too great. The need for public support is too great. You can't do it covertly.
One
It's not
more
gonna work.
philosophical and political question, then we get to some nitty-gritty. In this discussion about if I had it to do over again, see, I don't detect any change in our policy or strategy. Are you, as the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, in charge of some policy that I don't know about right now with regard to the Contras?
No, sir. You know all about it.
Well, as I understand it then, let me restate the proposition that the administration has decided that regardless of whatever, they're going to come to the Congress on or about September or October for a vote on Contra aid. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as I know, no effort has been made to get any kind of bipartisan input on the implementation of a new policy that might make the program broader based and more acceptable.
The fundamental policy, which is to promote the democratization of Nicaragua and peace in the region and put pressure on the Sandinistas economically, diplomatically, and through the Contras, has not changed. That's still our policy.
Now I'd like you to refer to Exhibit 46A that's in your book there, and that's your testimony. I know that you testified 8 times, 10 times, 12 times, whatever it is. But this one is because it's before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and specifically the Western Hemisphere Affairs Committee on October 15th, 1986. And in that hearing, Congressman Levine referred you to several news reports alleging that Contra funding was coming from a Middle Eastern country and indicated that the Assistant Secretary Murphy had given a clear and flat denial to that allegation. When you were asked about Mr. Murphy's denial, you said, well, first, Secretary Murphy told you what is true. There have been no arrangements with those characteristics. You find that quote?
Yes, I see where you are.
After referring to the Pell Amendment, you went on to say, quote, I pick up the paper every morning and people say the CIA was involved in this. If they know what, and this is a curious statement, if they know what they are talking about, then they are lying. Now, Mr. Abrams,
The second they refers to the
I
CIA.
understand. Mr. Abrams, it seems to me that the people that you're accusing of lying in that statement were not lying.
Well, no, wait a minute. What the statement says is that the CIA essentially says CIA has denied any involvement in this if the denials are false and the people who are doing the denials, knowing that they're false, are lying. And the question that remains is whether people made those denials knowing that those denials were false.
And
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, I just, you're the Assistant Secretary, I'm not. Further on, you said in response to a statement by Congressman Levine that, quote, I do not believe it is conceivable that such a thing could happen without my knowing about it, given my position.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's certainly conceivable now, isn't it?
Not only is conceivable, it happened.
And it did happen. Now, you went back, and this is not to be derogatory, but simply to put it on the record, okay? You did not go back to that committee ever to correct that testimony, did you?
I have testified since, but not in any direct sense, no. I think they're probably aware it was wrong testimony.
Now, during that period of time of October 5, 23rd on the Hassenfuss matter, I'm having a little trouble, so I'll try to go through it here rather quickly. I got the impression that, one, you were not informed, two, that cables were wrong, three, that people were misinformed, that there were a whole litany of reasons why, and yet it turns out why you didn't know. And yet it turns out, for some strange reason, you became the administration's spokesman for everything that was going on.
I was the administration spokesman on this policy, still am.
Well, now let me ask you about that. I mean, seriously, was there a drawing of straws on this thing? Did they just stick you out there?
The CIA does not do this, nor does NSC staff. The only ones who really speak publicly about these kinds of policy matters are DOD and state. On this policy, Central America, the real spokesman for the policy.
Well, how about the White House? You said you checked with the White House to be sure that what you were saying was in line with what they wanted you to say. Mm-hmm. That's normal, isn't it?
It is.
And so you said what the White House wanted you to say.
Well, I said what I had been saying, in which they then approved. But if you go back to this period, really, and since, the guy who was doing the testifying, when somebody from the administration had to testify, it was me. When somebody had to go on a talk show, it was me. When somebody had to be interviewed by a newspaper, it was me.
I'm inclined to agree, Elliott, with Senator Cohen. It looks like to me they hung you out to dry. But anyway, when you had, let's switch gears here a minute. Did you know when you had lunch with Rich Miller on January 6, 1986, that he had a contract with the Department of State's Office of Public Diplomacy for Latin America to disseminate information prepared by your bureau on the situation in Nicaragua?
No, he didn't have a contract with my bureau, and I'm not so sure that it was information really prepared by my bureau as opposed to the Office of Latin Public Diplomacy. But anyway,
which you tried very hard to get rid of. You didn't want it in your shop.
I did not want to take over that office.
But it did come back to your shop, notwithstanding.
It did. I lost.
You delegated that to your closest friend and advisor, your deputy, Mr. Kagan.
Well, he wasn't a deputy at that time. He was special assistant. But that's essentially correct, yes.
Now, did you know that Mr. Miller and Mr. Channel were targeting selected congressional districts for ad campaigns designed to influence targeted congressmen on aid to the Contras?
They told me, as I recall, that they were targeting the kind of the Sun Belt.
That's me. I'm in the Sun Belt.
They had great faith in you, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, they already knew how I was voting. Still didn't like it, though, did they? Why were you asked to look at the ads?
I think they wanted to, first of all, they wanted my general opinion, really, is what they were good.
Did you give it to them?
I thought they were pretty good. I didn't ever see the ads. That is to say, I never saw a video cassette of the ads. What I saw was those storyboards. Did you know that Miller and Channel were hiring pollsters and lobbyists to influence Congress through direct mail, grassroots organizations? What I was told was that they were doing an ad campaign on TV, period.
So you didn't know anything about those campaigns, all the grassroots lobbying and et cetera?
What I knew about was an ad campaign, TV ad campaign.
Did you know that Prodemka was receiving money from Channel to run ads in selected newspapers?
No, I didn't know they were getting any money from
Did you know that Robert
Channel.
Kagan, your deputy, was designated as the official representative of your bureau to monitor IBC's performance on a $276,000 contract that began in October of 1985?
Well, Mr. Kagan took over in about April of '86 as the, I guess we'd say, director of that office, and it was then his responsibility to monitor their performance on any contract they had with that office, sure.
Did you know it was being carried out without a signed contract?
At a certain point in the spring, I think he came to me and said, you know, they're working and they don't have a contract. Yes, this was all done with all of these. We then proceeded with the full participation of the legal advisor's office and the State Department contracting office to close it out. It was an interesting legal problem, which was they really thought they had been told to do this work, and they were doing the work, And now we were saying we don't want you to do the work anymore, and we told the legal advisor's office, we think that, and I think the legal advisor's office told us, they have a claim on you. They have a claim on the Department of State for payment for those services.
Even without a contract?
Yes, sir, because it was probably either an implied or oral contract.
And that's the reason the contract was prepared later and backdated?
It wasn't backdated, but the dates on it were to cover the period since they had been told, not by me, that office was an independent office at that time, do the work.
The contract was dated at the date the contract was put together, but it was retroactive for payment.
Right.
In order to cover the differential.
To the time when the department had in fact said to them, do this work. I just would say, I mean, my role with respect to IBC was I took over unwillingly the Office of Public Diplomacy. We looked at that contract and their services and we said, we don't want this anymore, let's end it.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you. Since they were out there doing work in congressional districts trying to decide which congressman to get rid of. Did you know that that period between early 1986 and October 86, when LPD was in your bureau, that during that period of time, IBC transferred millions of dollars to Swiss and Cayman Island bank accounts?
No,
to
sir.
provide military assistance to the Contras?
No, sir. I understood them to be doing this one thing, really, which was an ad campaign.
Okay. So despite the fact that you were speaking with these people, meeting with them, going to meetings with them, you never got any inkling about what they were doing?
I met with them. I gave a speech. I had lunch once, gave a speech, met with them in the presence of the President of the United States, had a few phone calls with them, and certainly there was never any inkling of what you're referring to, none whatsoever. And again, it was not only we who were in contact with them, the State Department Legal Advisor's Office and Contracting Office was in contact with them and had no inkling of it either.
Well, somebody was certainly driving a tremendous campaign. I don't know who it was if it wasn't you.
Well, the ad campaign was the ad campaign. We didn't drive that. When they sat down to have lunch with me the first time I met them, they had apparently the ads and the money.
Well, that's just a political campaign to influence Congress.
Well, influence public opinion.
Yeah. See, the problem I have with all of that is I think up to a certain point it may be all right. But when these same organizations through interconnections wind up getting contracts from the same department, you're using some way or another, by fungible funds, you're using government dollars to influence and lobby the Congress by indirection, if not direction. That's the problem with all of that.
The Department of State had a series of contracts. This was long before my time, with a Mr. Gomez, who had been a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and had gone out to be in public relations, and ultimately he joined or helped found this firm, IBC, and the contracts were continued. We knew Mr. Gomez well. All this was before my bureau had anything to do with it. What we did when we got hold of this was to close it out.
Yeah, but you see, the problem we have with all of that, and I appreciate your testimony, is that when we began to investigate it in the Foreign Affairs Committee, we had to issue subpoenas to get the information from the Department of State, and we still don't have it all. We don't know about all those secret contracts. We have no idea why they were classified secret. We have no idea why they were done or let without competitive bidding.
Well,
we're having a hard time.
Mr. Chairman, there is a dispute between your committee and the Legal Advisor's Office, and the Legal Advisor's Office is handling this and tells me they think they're right and you're wrong.
Well, I understand that. Well, we'll have to fight that out. But you see, we're also have been fighting on another front, because the same Western Hemisphere subcommittee got into the question about what happened to the humanitarian funds at $27 million. Now, despite subpoenas, innumerable hearings, GAO investigations and audits, they still haven't found out what happened to the $27 million.
Well,
and that's not your fault, you're going to say, because that was not in your bureau.
No, it was really in my bureau. I take responsibility for the NHAO, but we do not have the view that covert activities are to be reported on to that subcommittee rather than the Intelligence Committee.
Better tell somebody. It's going to be awful tough to come back to the Congress, or at least to the Foreign Affairs Committee, and try to get support for a policy when we can't get the information upon which to make judgments about the policy, Elliott.
I think that information is long available, Mr. Fussell. I just don't agree with that.
Well, let's see if we agree with this. You had a job to monitor Ollie, but now that you think about it, you wish you'd done a better job.
Well, sure.
Okay. Now, something about the information that you had from your ambassador to Costa Rica, he either didn't give to you, or he was bizarre, or some other reason.
No, well, I think my testimony on that was the use of the word bizarre, which I think is the right word, is that when an ambassador has two lengthy meetings with an assistant secretary, says nothing about instructions from the NSC staff, gets a written letter of instructions from the secretary, and he then comes to you and says, I knew that I was doing the right thing because of a hallway conversation of 2 minutes, that's bizarre.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't blame you for being aggravated, but after all, you were, quote, chairman of the rig, unquote, and he said that he got his instructions from you, the rig.
No,
and he assumed that you guys were up there meeting, deciding what the policy is.
He said he got his instructions from Colonel North.
Yeah, I remember
Ambassadors of the United States do not get instructions from National Security Council staff members. They get them from the Secretary and the Department.
Well, you won't get any argument out of me about that. But you see, there was some confusion about what the rig was doing. Now it turns out the rig wasn't doing anything, really.
No, it was doing a lot of extremely
Well, it
useful
was
work.
coordinating.
It was coordinating. It was sharing information among the key players
I
so we didn't
understand
trip
that,
all
but
over each other.
it wasn't making or driving policy, was it?
Oh, no, sir. We don't have the right to make policy at that level.
Okay, so actually, it would be bizarre to get instructions from RIG because RIG never issued any instructions.
Correct.
That's
never.
the point. And I even
Absolutely right.
suggested to Ambassador Tams that the tone of your cablegram to him might have been a little bit of your nose out of joint because of the fact that he was going to somebody else to take his orders when he should have been taking them from you.
The cable indicated an almost unbelievable pattern of behavior by the embassy officials.
But the point is, it's in your shop, and
Yes.
you were alerted to the fact that something was going on.
And every time I was alerted to that, I acted on it.
Well, I don't know about that. You mean by that Tams got fired? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I don't have the authority to hire or fire ambassadors.
Well, no,
Mr.
but you could
Chairman.
recommend it to the secretary who does.
Well, I took this to the secretary as soon as it happened, and it was his decision whether to try to seek the removal of Ambassador Tams or not to.
And
Not mine.
then there was the question about the airstrip, whether or not you told the secretary, and that never got to him.
There was really nothing to tell.
Yeah. Well, some people think there was. 'Cause
Well,
there's a lot of conflict in testimony. You're saying it one way, somebody else saying it the other way. Somebody is wrong.
Ambassador Tams is wrong.
I don't want to characterize who it is, you know.
Well, Ambassador Tams is wrong on this.
Yeah. Well, you know, anyway, you didn't know about the private funding network. You were out there for...
Well, we knew that the private funding network existed, as did the Congress.
You were out there for 18 days all by yourself saying something that wasn't so. And
That's true.
I want to tell you that all of this, unfortunate as it may be, is going to make it very difficult, it seems to me, to have some kind of cooperation or understanding or capability in working with the Congress on driving the policy if you indeed now are and still are charged primarily with driving the policy on Contra assistance.
Well, I chair the interagency group, and I think I would characterize it that way.
Well, it's more than just chairing the group, Mr. Secretary. You're going to have to come on the Hill and work with all the committees of Congress if the administration's program is going to have a prayer of a chance.
Well, I think that's right.
And I detect no effort for strong bipartisan support. I see where we are hung up with all of this question about your involvement, everybody else's involvement, the NSC and the CIA and the State Department and the policy issues, and we expect blithely to roll up here in September and ask the Senate and the House to support a program which has some merit in my judgment, but is extremely debatable by a great number of people, both in the Congress and outside of the Congress.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me just say, first of all, we made a decision some months ago not to go to the Congress until this phase of the hearings were over and we could assess what information had come out. A lot of information has come out of these hearings and out of the depositions connected with it, which is very new to us at the State Department. But secondly, I just want to say that while we all go through this, you're still chairing that committee. I'm still Assistant Secretary. We're still conducting business. We're still doing the work, not only with respect to this policy, but the rest of Latin America.
Well,
Ambassador Habib and I, the day before we started, had a lengthy meeting about his trip starting Saturday, his next trip down to Latin America, to Central America, to the four democracies, on the question of keeping the negotiating track going. So the policy continues to be implemented while we do this.
I can't speak for you, but I can certainly speak for myself. Okay, I have a great many reservations about how this policy is being driven and will be driven in the next several months, even though I still support aid to the Contras for the lack of a better policy to accomplish what it is that we're trying to do, which is to keep the communists from getting a foothold in Central America. But I am not convinced that without broad bipartisan and public support and support in the Congress that you're going to be able to accomplish it. What we've done is, it seems to me, in this whole effort, I'm talking about the whole ball of wax now, that we've been talking about throughout these hearings, is almost destroyed the Contras.
Well, I share that fear, Mr. Chairman, and I hope it's wrong.
I wish to announce that a vote is pending in the House of Representatives at this time, which accounts for the absence of some of our panel members. We will have a short recess of 5 minutes. The hearing will please come to order. Chair recognizes Senator Tribble.
Thank you, Chairman. Abrams. The Secretary, I understand the Sultan of Brunei loves the sea and naval ships. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Read an interesting cable that is identified as Exhibit EA-18. And would invite you to take a look at that with me. This cable appears to have been sent by our ambassador in Brunei to you, to the Assistant Secretary.
No, I think it would be to Assistant Secretary Segur, who is his Assistant Secretary.
Well, let's read this and see. This was found along with the cables that reflect the conversations between you and the ambassador and other representatives of our government and the government of Brunei. And let me read paragraph 4. The and the name or title is deleted, was cordial and seemed pleased that this relationship has been established. I said that we deeply appreciate his understanding of our needs and his valuable assistance. I was pleased we would have an opportunity this week to see something of our commitment to the security of this region of the world, and I thought he would enjoy the program that has been arranged for him aboard the aircraft carrier, USS, name deleted, period. The name or title said he was very much looking forward to this experience. Do you know anything about this?
Yes. In the spring, late spring, May, actually, when we were beginning to talk about, May and June, about soliciting a contribution from Brunei, we knew that the Secretary was going. We also knew that the Sultan was scheduled to have a carrier visit at some point, I guess September, maybe October, but that rough time period. The ambassador actually argued that no solicitation should be made by the Secretary. He also argued that no solicitation should be made until after the carrier visit. I mean, his view was that the relationship with Brunei was such that we needed to have a better one, we needed to have a closer one before we could make any such solicitation. That's reflected in the cable traffic. He tried to slow down this process.
So this took place actually before the solicitation?
Well, which took place?
the cable traffic and the...
Well, no. There is a cable that may even be here from the ambassador in which he says, I would not make such a solicitation right now. I would wait until the Secretary's visit's over, the ship visit is over, which had been long scheduled. The ship visit was not laid on. It had no relationship to this at all.
Now, Elliott, when did the ship visit take place as it relates to the solicitation of a contribution?
The solicitation was August 8th, and this would indicate that the ship visit was after September 16th, so something like 5 to 8 or 9 weeks later, that order.
And did the Sultan visit the ship?
I can't swear to that. I believe he did. I believe he did visit a carrier.
Now, was this a manifestation of the President's gratitude, or was this a spontaneous happening?
Neither. It was a long-planned visit as part of, as was the Secretary's visit, as part of having a relationship with a new country that wanted to have a relationship with us.
So the deployment of our naval forces to Brunei and the visit by the Sultan to these ships was planned well in advance and had absolutely nothing to do with the solicitation of funds?
That is correct.
And I'm asking the right questions.
You're asking the right question, and the answer is it was long planned, as was the Secretary's visit. I would also say, I think it's not exactly accurate to say the deployment of the ships to Brunei. They were in the area. They did not go to Brunei, as I recall, for a port call, but they were
South China Sea.
Yes, that's right. And he may have landed on the carrier in a jet. I just don't recall. That was a sort of DOD.
Well, that would have been a trip. Were those ships in any way diverted from their mission or purpose?
No, in no way whatsoever.
Well, we at least have learned, have we not, that there was something in all this for the Sultan of Brunei.
Well, he would have had the ship visited. The ship visit had been planned long before.
All right. Secretary, I think that you've been subjected to a rather thorough cross-examination thus far. I think the points that need to be made have been made, and you have had an opportunity to respond. Let me just comment briefly, if I may, on your testimony and kind of where I see us at this point. I think your testimony demonstrates once again the sad consequences of the effort to take public policy private because of an absence of support on the part of Congress and the American people. Without the proper checks and balances, people and events get out of control, and the results, I think, are destructive. When millions of dollars are placed in secret bank accounts, they provide a powerful incentive for abuse. We've seen evidence of that, and we will hear more about that later in this day. In your case, a man of uncommon ability and intellect trusted the wrong people, failed to ask the right questions, and misled the Congress. It's tragic how these events from Iran to Central America have compromised good men, have endangered the very policies that you and so many others have fought hard to advance, and have obviously diminished the ability of Ronald Reagan to be a strong and decisive and successful president, the kind of president America needs. I just hope that after everything is said and done, we can all learn something from this. And I think the most important lesson that we might learn is that in a free society, the end doesn't justify the means. Thank you.
Mr. Cheney. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, you've been through a long day, and I know we hope to finish today. Let me take a slightly different tack, if I might, in terms of questioning. We've covered a lot of the detail. You've been extensively examined in terms of who struck Johns on the exercise. I look at this whole proposition and come away with a feeling that it does not reflect great credit upon either the Congress or the executive branch. On the one hand, we have a Congress that made a finding, for example, in the 1985 International Cooperation and Security Act, quote from it, finds, among other things, that the government of Nicaragua, allied with the Soviet Union, etc., has committed and refuses to cease aggression in the form of armed subversion against its neighbors in violation of the Charter of the UN, the Charter of the OAS, the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, etc. Congress responds while finding a serious threat in Central America by passing the Boland Amendment, which in the minds of many simply provided a 2-year grace period for the Sandinistas to consolidate a communist regime in Nicaragua. We repealed the Boland Amendment last year, but Congress still appears to be ambivalent in terms of putting together a reasonable policy for Central America. As late as yesterday, I believe, the Committee of the United States Senate voted against or to reject the provision of F-5 fighters to the government of Honduras, clearly the country most directly threatened by the massive military buildup supported by the Soviet Union in Nicaragua. So we still are a long way from having any kind of coherent approach here on the Hill. The problem I want to ask you to comment on, though, is the administration's policy process during this period of time. It strikes me that if we take something as significant as the threat in Central America, knowing how deeply the President of the United States felt about that and feels about it today, that somehow the normal policy processes or mechanisms that would be brought to bear to deal with that kind of a problem and to decide upon a course of action never were engaged in this instance. Are you aware of, or did you ever participate in a session where the President's senior advisors sat around and said, okay, Congress has passed the Boland Amendment, the official U.S. aid has been cut off, what are we going to do now in Central America?
I did not. I was at that time Assistant Secretary for Human Rights and would not have been involved in such a discussion.
Are you aware of any such meeting ever having been held?
I'm not. We have had such meetings, however, in the period that I've been here. We've had NSC and NSPG meetings asking, for example, about the question of whether to go for the $100 million, and you might say the question of what to do in the May 16th, 1986 meeting about the shortage of funds for the resistance. So I think there have been a number of meetings at the very highest level.
But I would assume something this significant and this important, that the President would convene the members of the National Security Council, options papers would be prepared, the sub-cabinet members at your level with responsibility would spend time analyzing and developing the options and doing a lot of preparatory work, and then there'd be an opportunity for the President's key advisors to present options to him in a sort of a broad, comprehensive sort of way to decide upon what steps were required in Central America, and that you'd weigh all kinds of options. But the thing that comes through time after time after time with most of the witnesses we've had is that kind of process never really occurred with respect to Nicaragua, at least until after the Boland Amendment had been repealed. Is that a fair judgment?
It may well be. It's just not a process in which I was involved at that point.
But wouldn't you be involved, given your current position?
Now I would be, and am. And I can only say that the kind of discussion you're talking about certainly does take place in the department. Had lots and lots of discussions with the Secretary and Ambassador Habib about the overall policy, the negotiating track, how it all fits together, how the Contras are doing. We have certainly been into that in great depth.
Did that take place prior to the time you became the Assistant Secretary for Latin America? Are you aware?
I just don't know.
You
I just don't know.
We might ask the Secretary those kinds of questions, I suppose. I recall and want to come back and I guess comment briefly, and then I'll finish. Congressman Vassell made, I thought, a key point in terms of the importance of broad-based public support. There was a time in 1985, shortly after humanitarian assistance was approved, when several of us of my political faith and the Republican side went to the White House and met with the senior foreign policy establishment of the administration that summer and argued aggressively for a very public program of building support, trying to persuade the American people on the importance of having an intelligent policy in Central America. And nothing happened. Of course, unbeknownst to us at the time, the private effort was underway and third countries were being solicited for funding. But as you mentioned earlier as well and cited Bud McFarland's testimony, there was a tendency in effect here to go ahead and opt for what appeared to be the easy way at the time, a private covert activity, rather than the hard work of slugging it out to build public support. The next time I heard from anybody on the subject was about 6 months later, when you came and visited my office and that of a great many other members and began to put together the effort that ultimately was successful. And I, for one, want to thank you for your efforts over the years. I think your leadership in helping us turn around the Congress on the issue has been important. I think that this is an opportunity for you to learn, if anything, for all of us to learn how not to conduct U.S. foreign policy. And I do personally believe you've got an extremely bright future in the public arena in the United States. I think you've got a lot to contribute, and wish you well in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Rudman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, like my colleague Congressman Cheney, I don't want to discuss facts and conflicts. There are some enormous conflicts in testimony before this committee, both already and others to come, and each person of this committee and each person of the country will have to resolve those conflicts in their own way, and however that turns out really is something that we will never decide here. So I would rather ask you some questions about process, which I find difficult to really comprehend. You said yesterday, and I think I'm quoting you accurately, there are things I didn't want to know as long as they were legal. You recall saying that?
Something to that effect, yes.
You know, I find that a difficult statement to comprehend. How could you possibly know if they were legal if you didn't know what they were? Don't understand that. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all, knowing your background.
Well, the answer has two parts. First of all, you just can't function at all unless you put trust in your colleagues. And I did that in all my colleagues. You cannot function. And if you ask somebody a direct question and the answer you get is pretty direct, you have to really rely on that. But in addition, I tried to explain yesterday that we were in a position, I think, in which we were damned if we did and damned if we didn't. Because I thought about whether I'd be accused of facilitating General Singlaub's work if I met with him. I met with him, I didn't do anything for him, I'm accused of it. I bet you that if I had said to Colonel North, do you know the names, the actual names of benefactors? Assuming the answer was yes, tell me the names. I just want to know. I just want to know the names. And he had told me. And not that he had anything to do with them, but just that he knew the names. That I would sit here today and I'd be accused again of facilitating that. So we were caught.
Seems to me that you were operating on a general theory for better or for worse. I happen to think for worse. It was kind of the old adage, curiosity kills the cat. In this case, the cat would have been Elliott Abrams. I mean, I think that's what you're saying.
Well, I think what I'm really trying to say is that we were in a legislative and political situation where almost anything you did and anything you didn't do, it was just so controversial that you could hardly make a move without knowing somebody was going to lower the boom.
All right, I accept your answer. I think you've made it clear, but let me get down to a specific. You know, I find an incomprehensible lack of curiosity on the Hassenfuss affair, particularly since, you know, the Secretary of State was relying on your judgment, your personal reputation, as well as the reputation of the government was at stake. You knew that whether you trusted Oliver North or not, and we haven't heard from Oliver North, I expect we will, but, you know, North is the fellow who, according to your testimony, had some scheme to have a caisson or Alamo-type action in Nicaragua. There would be tremendous losses, and then this would galvanize public opinion as the news came in every night. I mean, Mr. Abrams, when the Hassenfuss affair occurred, you are, if you are anything, savvy, you are tough, you are bright. You showed a remarkable lack of curiosity with North as to ask him not just, Ollie, do you know, but to close the door and figuratively put him up against the wall and say, North, I have to know what the truth is here, and push him and push him and push him. If you had done that and he had continued to not disclose to you, then I think you could feel more comfortable. You relied on a very cursory examination of this man, knowing by your own statement that he, more than anyone else in the government, knew what was going on with the private network. How do you explain that? I have difficulty with that.
I think, Senator, first of all, the day that this happened, we did contact the NSC, CIA, and frankly, I'm not sure about DOD. I suspect we did, and I know the NSC staff did contact DOD. But with respect, I think you're playing the movie backwards from the end. You know the end, and I know the end, and now we know what happened, and now we know what I should have done. But I didn't know then what I should have done, and I didn't know any of this, and now it's all come out, and it's really rather incredible, and it keeps getting more incredible as the days goes by and as more evidence comes out.
It's going to get more incredible by the end of this week, I can assure you.
But I was not at the end of the movie. I was in the middle of the movie, and I didn't know the ending.
Well, you know, that is your answer. I find it still difficult to understand, knowing you. I can think of a lot of people in government that I would believe could have that ball thrown by them at high speed. But to put that in the parlance of football, you know, Ollie North ran around you, he ran under you, and he ran over you. And I found it rather difficult to understand why it took you so long to decide that he had betrayed you. I understand your reluctance to say that, but you certainly were betrayed. If you are telling us the truth about your representations during that 18-day period, and I happen to believe you are telling us the truth, you were horribly betrayed. I think hanging you out to dry is putting it politely, Mr. Abrams.
Well, I don't know what to say, Senator. I think that at the time, you know, you try to find out what's going on. It is not, maybe I can just say this. You don't, with the people that you're dealing with, go to them every morning and, as you said, put them up against the wall. You rely on the normal
This wasn't
daily
every morning. This was
interaction
after a
event.
major incident, Mr. Abrams.
But
I'm
we
talking
did-
about one major incident. The plane is shot down. The president's credibility is on the line. The secretary's credibility is on the line. I mean, knowing Elliott Abrams as I think I know him, I would think Elliott would have gone down there and raised the devil.
Well, we went right to the people who were supposed to know about this, which is to say the CIA task force and Colonel North's office. That was the first thing we did, and we got denials. And so, as there's a prof note from Bill Perry of the NSC staff to Poindexter saying exactly the same thing. Having the denials, we ran with it.
Well, Mr. Abrams, my time is up, but I'm going to ask you one last question with the chairman's indulgence, if I may, Mr. Chairman, because I think it's an important question in terms of what we're doing here. You are a graduate of Harvard College,
Yes, sir.
the London School of Economics,
Yes.
Harvard Law School. You work for two of the most distinguished members of this panel, of this body, the late Henry Jackson, my present colleague, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. You are, I believe, the youngest Assistant Secretary of State in history, am I correct?
Well, since then, others have come along who are younger.
With that background, with the literally hundreds of thousands of young Americans in classrooms today who are required to watch these hearings as an assignment, who are studying political science, who are studying public policy, do you have something to tell them? Is there a lesson in all this for Elliott Abrams? I mean, what did you learn?
The first thing I think is how incredibly difficult it is to do your job right under the best possible circumstances. The second, I guess, is how much more difficult it is to do it in a policy area where there is a tremendous amount of heat and controversy. And the third, I guess, is that there's just no such thing as being too careful, and there is such a thing as being too clever.
Did you also learn, Mr. Abrams, that maybe zealots cannot be trusted?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Foley.
Mr. Secretary, just to take you back for a moment to the testimony of General Singlaub, who suggested that in the spring of 1986, he briefed you on a trip he had made in January 1985, a little over a year earlier, to solicit funds for the Contras from Country 3 and 5. Do you recall him briefing you in the spring of 1986 1986 on that January 1985 trip?
No, I think he briefed perhaps Mr. Melton. The only conversation that the general and I had before his trip to Asia involved, he came to my office and he talked about Pastora, and then the next contact directly between the general and I was his phone call to me from Asia. In the interim, he talked only to Mr. Melton.
Was this meeting in your office in the area of May of 1986?
It was April 24th.
April 24th. And it's your recollection that he did not tell you at that time about any trip that he had made in January 1985 to solicit funds from country 3 and 5?
That's correct, but he told, I believe, Mr. Melton, the memos are in here, I believe he told Mr. Melton that he had tried and failed to get foreign contributions.
Did he tell Mr. Melton, do you know, that his effort was to solicit funds for lethal assistance?
I don't think he said. I think that's a reasonable assumption. I mean, I don't think he made the distinction.
General Singlaw also testified before this committee that he informed you of his proposed solicitation for contra aid of country 3 and 5 in the spring of 1986. This apparently is the same meeting. He testified that he told you he was about to make a further solicitation. Do you recall that?
No, he told Mr. Melton that, I think. I mean, I recall that he testified that, but I think I think his memory was inaccurate on that point. We talked about Pastora. Then he talked to Mr. Melton about solicitations. Then he talked to me about solicitations from Asia.
But not in your office and not prior to his departure?
Correct.
And I believe this has already been covered. I assume your answer is the same. He testified that you told him at this time, in the spring of 1986, that after his visit you would give a signal of U.S. approval of that solicitation. And your testimony is that you did not have such a conversation prior to his trip with General Singlaw?
That's right. We talked about Pastora. We didn't talk about soliciting. He had those conversations with Mr. Melton.
To your knowledge...
I mean, let me say, when I say he had them with Mr. Melton was a kind of messenger, you might say. That is, he was talking to Singlaub on the phone or maybe once in person and conveying the substance of those back to me. I don't mean to say that I wasn't fully informed, but physically he was not in contact with me. He was talking on the phone or in person with Mr. Melton.
Do you find it surprising that a man whose judgment you trust, and I'm sure whose word you accept, would be so confused about who he met with as recently as about a year ago?
No.
And who he spoke to? You don't find that
I'll tell you why.
surprising?
I testified to the Tower Commission that I had met with General Singlaub 2 or 3 times and that I had spoken to him about solicitations on the telephone when he called me from Asia. He then testified here and he said, no, he talked to me in his office. And I thought, well, I assume that's right. His memory must be right. I mean, it's not my memory, but I guess that's what happened. And as it happens, Mr. Pearson mentioned to me, boy, you don't have much of a memory. I mean, how can you not remember that? And that's not what I remembered. Now, it happens that these committees have taken the sworn deposition of Mr. Melton, and he says, and said to him, what happened? And he said what happened, and it was exactly what I told the Tower Commission. So I'd have to tell you, I think my memory's right. Now, I think the general slipped, and I don't think that it's very surprising. It's a long time ago. There were a lot of contacts. There were meetings there was a meeting with him in my office before and after. There were phone calls, one to me, a couple to Melton. I don't think it's so surprising.
Well, I don't want to argue about it. I accept your answer. I'm a little troubled by you saying it was a long time ago. It was allegedly April 24th, 1986. That's not very long ago.
Well, it's a year.
Let me ask you again, you testified that you observed Colonel North operated through normal State Department channels. Is that correct?
Well, he operated through the proper channels, I thought.
And that would be normal State Department channels? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, what I mean is that when there was something that involved the State Department, it seemed to me that he came to me.
You also testified that one country you considered soliciting for assistance in 1986 was Venezuela.
Not really that I considered it, but rather that when we started narrowing down the list to oil producers, there was non-Arab oil producers. There aren't all that many. One was Venezuela. I know Venezuela. It's in my region. Wasn't going to give any money, quite clearly. So that goes off the list. We didn't consider it because I was clear in my own mind that it wasn't going to happen.
So your decision was that it was not a likely
Correct.
country for solicitation?
Correct.
And you did not, in fact, yourself solicit any assistance from Venezuela?
No, no. It was just clear to me that I had had conversations with the President of Venezuela on our Central America policy. I knew how he felt about it, and I knew he would never countenance such a proposition.
You also testified that you were not aware of Colonel North's direction of any private resupply activities.
That's right.
Are you aware of any approaching of the U.S. Embassy in Venezuela or of the Venezuelan government by Colonel North or other individuals in connection with the resupply?
I am not.
Venezuela is, of course, in the area of your responsibility.
That's right.
Are you aware of any cable sent by Colonel North to the U.S. Embassy in Caracas asking for their assistance in obtaining the sale of C-123s for the resupply effort?
I don't recall any such cable. Such a cable, in normal procedures, such a cable should have been, well, he shouldn't have sent such a cable. We should have sent such a cable. I can't remember such a thing.
If he used State Department channels to send such a cable to Caracas, you would normally be made aware of that, would you not?
I should be, yes, sir.
And if the embassy in Caracas receives such a request from Colonel North, a request to intervene with the Venezuelan government to support a sale of C-123s from the Venezuelan Air Force to private benefactors or others for the Contra resupply effort, you normally would have received such a cable informing you of that from the embassy in Caracas, would you not?
Should, absolutely.
That would have been a matter of significance in the normal business of the embassy to receive such a cable, if it took place, if it
would
was
be,
sent.
yeah, it would be, I should have heard about it because it's a, it's a touchy matter.
If in fact, I understand this is a supposition, but if in fact such a cable was sent by Colonel North to the American Embassy in Caracas, Venezuela, asking for their intercession on the sale of 123s to the Democratic Resistance or private benefactors for their resupply effort, and you were not informed by the embassy in Caracas of such a contact, would you consider that to be a dereliction of their responsibility to you in the normal chain of command in the Department of State?
If all of this happened, and I don't recall it happening, the answer to your question is yes. They don't work for the NSC, they work for the State Department.
But it's your testimony again that you know of no such cable by Colonel North or the receipt of any request by the Venezuelan government or the Embassy of the United States in Venezuela concerning the possible sale of Venezuelan 123 aircraft to the resupply effort or to persons involved in the effort of resupplying them.
We're talking about the period now since July '85.
We're talking about the period in the fall of 1985.
Okay, well then when I am in the current job. I just cannot remember any such thing. And if it went through the State Department, it should have come to me. It should, it probably should be sensitive enough to come to me as an individual rather than just coming to the Bureau. And if it went to if it came to me, I don't remember it. If it went to the embassy without coming to the Bureau, the embassy should have informed the Bureau of it.
Let me just ask a final question. I know it's again a supposition, my time is up, but I just want to clarify this. If such a cable exists and it was sent to the embassy and received by the embassy and it was not reported to you for approval or for information, this would be a case of a dereliction of responsibility by the embassy in Caracas in failing to inform the Assistant Secretary responsible for the region. Is that your opinion?
I have to say yes to that.
Thank you.
Senator Boren.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Abrams, I gather that in response to the last question of Senator Rudman about lessons that you have learned that you would pass on to those students who might be watching, when you said you had also learned that you can be too clever, you meant by that you would learn that it is always right and wise to tell the truth. Is that correct?
Well, more than that. You know, I'm really having reference to November 25th. That is, to try to lay things out rather flatly.
To not only tell the truth literally, but to also make sure that you're conveying the right impression of what is going on.
Conveying the
Is
right
that
impression
correct?
and conveying a full picture.
Now, let me ask, you have mentioned your return before the Senate Intelligence Committee on December the 8th. Is it correct to say that you've given us the impression in your testimony yesterday that you wanted to come back, or that you requested to come back to the committee on December 8th, and that you, when given at the first opportunity on December 8th, since that was your first appearance back before the committee, that at the first opportunity at that meeting, that you rendered an apology to the committee for leaving a wrong impression from your earlier testimony? Is
No.
that correct?
No. First, what I wanted to do was to convey the information about the solicitation, not by meeting with the committee, but by telephone to a couple of members, I guess the chairman and the ranking member, Senator Bradley. The December 8th meeting was not my idea. It was the committee which called me back.
The committee's idea, which summoned you before the committee
Exactly.
to testify under oath, and which required you to come back before.
Exactly.
Is that correct? Now, when you came back before the committee and you got into a discussion with Senator Bradley, Senator Eagleton, and others before the committee on that date about the wrong impression that had been left in the answer to the questions earlier, when you started having that discussion with Senator Bradley and Senator Eagleton, did you render an apology at that point?
I didn't really feel, no, sir, I didn't feel there was anything to apologize for until I saw the testimony.
Well, but as they began to read the testimony back to you, did you voluntarily render an apology then?
As they began to, no. I was frankly, I was stunned by some of the testimony.
Isn't it true
I had
that
no memory of
isn't it true that you could continue to defend your earlier testimony just as you've defended it here by saying such things as you asked me about the Middle East, and therefore I didn't think I needed to mention the solicitation to Brunei? I believe that's what Senator Bradley said, and then you said you defended your statement, we're not in the fundraising business, by saying that you thought they meant fundraising by the Contras instead of fundraising for the Contras.
Well, I would only disagree, Senator, to say that I didn't think I was really defending that testimony here yesterday, but rather saying that I thought it was bad testimony.
But so it's not correct that you were giving us the impression yesterday that you came before us on December 8th in a contrite manner, having worried about this between November 25th and December 8th, and that you came with the full intention to, in essence, apologize to the committee for leaving the wrong impression. That's not the way it happened.
And that is not the way it happened.
That's
I
not
wanted
what
to
happened.
inform the committee about the solicitation, but until I saw the testimony and thought about it, I did not really think I had anything to
A third of the
apologize
way through a rather lengthy hearing, after you had debated quite vociferously with Senator Eagleton and Senator Bradley about the fact that you had been truthful, I said to you the following: but, Elliott, in terms of your credibility and your future credibility before this committee, this kind of splitting of hairs and the possibility of leaving wrong impressions is a tragic mistake. It just is, because in the future, people will always ask the question, was he splitting hairs? Were they being technical? Were they stopping just short of giving information and allowing the wrong impression to be created? That was the beginning of a discussion in which we had, in which I advised you that I felt it would be appropriate for you to express regret at the past testimony. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I think I should say, well, you have the testimony in front of you, that in particular the exchanges between me and Senator Eagleton, and I sure did defend myself from the accusations which he lodged against me. And when he was making those charges, apologies were not on my mind. What was on my mind was defending myself from
defending
what
yourself. The
I thought
apology
was
actually,
outrageous.
the apology, just for the record, actually occurred on page 83 out of 116 pages of the transcript that day.
And I believe after a break in which we actually had a conversation.
We had a conversation, and
in the anteroom, and
and
Senator, you and I and Senator Bradley.
I think I advised you again that I thought an apology was in order to the committee. But I'm afraid that the impression was created yesterday that you had been worrying between these hearings and that you came that day with a heavy heart, wanting to, in essence, render an apology to the committee. And I have to say that that apology did not come until near the end, after very heated interchanges and after you had defended the fact that you had told the truth, because you were not direct. You were asked, did you solicit any Middle Eastern country? And you said no, because Brunei is not in the Middle East by your definition, and then you said we're not in the fundraising business, and you later explained that you thought that was in reference to fundraising by the Contras rather than for the Contras. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that did leave the wrong impression. You've already admitted that. Your testimony in the November meeting left the wrong impression, did it not?
Oh, sure.
Now, Mr. Abrams, where I come from, a part of the country where people still like to leave their doors unlocked and where they don't have to enter into written contracts, where they seal agreements on a handshake, and they don't engage in legal technicalities. Could you explain to me the difference that you think there is between knowing that you've left a false impression or a wrong impression and lying, to use an old-fashioned term?
Yeah, I think lying, we really mean, I mean a deliberate effort to mislead people, to a deliberate effort to leave them with a misleading impression.
So it's deliberate. So you did not intend to leave the impression with the committee that no one at the State Department, including yourself, had been engaged in any kind of solicitation from anyone, anywhere in the world on behalf of the Contras? You didn't intend to leave that impression?
No, the impression I intended to leave, what I hoped to do, was to avoid the question and duck the question, as I explained on December 8th, and it was upon reading the testimony that it became clear to me that I had gone far beyond that. But, well.
And you've said that you had a pretty good idea of what Colonel North was up to. You knew you felt you knew what he was up to, that he had a lot of contacts with the private supply network and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, you stated so categorically on television, for example, the American people, that you knew for a fact that no one in the government was involved with the private supply network. When you felt you had a pretty good hunch that, although you didn't ask, that Colonel North had some contacts with the private supply network,
Well, I think
he's a member of the National Security Council.
There's a big difference, I think, Senator, between saying that the U.S. government was responsible in any meaningful way for the Hassenfuss flight, which I thought to be absolutely untrue, and saying that Colonel North knew a lot about the network. That is exactly, I thought, what he had told me was not true and what Mr. McFarland had told you was not true.
Do you think is it not worrisome to you in terms of when you're asked to be truthful and report to the American people and you're being questioned on national television, shouldn't you at least have paused and said, well, I can't say with certainty because I haven't questioned everyone involved, but to my own knowledge at this time, I don't believe anyone was involved. But you just said no, there was no one involved from the U.S. government, even when you must have harbored suspicions.
I did not harbor suspicions. I did not express any because I didn't have any. The answer to your question is yes, and it is something that I now do because I realize not only how little I knew about that program, but that it is perfectly plausible that there are other things going on now.
You talked about trust, and I know my time is up. Can I ask just this one last question? You talked about trust, and Chairman Fussell said, we must rebuild our Central American policy. It's essential that we have a policy. Otherwise, we're going to allow the communists to beachhead in a very critical part of the world, our own security. We have to rebuild trust, and we have to rebuild some sort of partnership between the Congress and the executive branch if we're to have a consistent policy. And as you know, I've aided the administration's policy in the past and voted for aid to the Contras. Now, do you think that you can rebuild that kind of trust, given your own record? Do you think that you personally are in a position to take a leadership role in rebuilding the kind of trust, and someone in your position must be a leader in this effort, between the Congress, when it has been clear before the Foreign Relations Committee, before the Intelligence Committee, before the American people on national television, that the wrong impression has been created by you, and that even the apology which was brought from you or wrung out of you before the Intelligence Committee was not one that you felt so strongly about that the minute you stepped through the door, it was so much on your heart you had to render that apology before the meeting ever got started? Do you think that you can play a constructive role in the future to rebuild a relationship of trust, given what has gone on in the past?
I do, Senator. I think perhaps more importantly the Secretary does, but I do, and I think that I cannot promise you I'll never be misled, and I cannot promise you I'll never be wrong. I'll be wrong. But the answer to your question is yes.
I have to say to you, and I'm sorry to say this, that as one who feels very strongly that we must begin from this point forward to rebuild a bipartisan foreign policy, particularly in Central America, that we have to rebuild trust so that the Congress and the executive branch can work together to put our Central American policy back together, then I'm afraid there's too much in the record at this point for you to be able to effectively play that role, and I'm sorry to say that, but it is something that I strongly feel, and I hope you'll ponder it.
Well, thank you, Senator. If you give me the privilege of replying, I'm sorry you feel that way. And I hope that the briefings that I have given on about 10 occasions since then to the Intelligence Committee and its staff have revealed the fact that we are working together and we'll continue to work together, and I hope to continue to work together with Congress.
Mr. Hyde. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, we've heard the end doesn't justify the means. I know you're somewhat of a philosopher, and I'd like to provide...
I'm getting called lots of names at these hearings, but that's...
Well, I'm trying to change the names you've been called, give you a wider range of characterizations. And I know that you're a person who's read some philosophy, and I'd just like to provide Hyde's corollary to the end doesn't justify the means. It may, if the means are not intrinsically evil, and we'll talk about that later. But as you sit there wearing your sackcloth and ashes and undergoing public flagellation for being an important member of an administration that used a private network of people and logistical support to keep the anti-communist Nicaraguan resistance alive in the intervals between congressional support. An administration that dared to use Swiss bank accounts and maybe got taken by profiteers because United Parcel and Federal Express don't deliver weapons at night in Nicaragua. And maybe you use some of the Ayatollah's money to help the Contras and went around asking foreign governments to provide funds to keep the anti-communists in Nicaragua alive and out of the Sandinista gulag. Now, we know those means are wrong and bad and blameworthy, and you've got to sit there and somehow take the flak because you're here now and you're the only target we have. What was the end of all those great misdeeds? Well, the end was the Nicaraguan resistance survived. They're in the field today. They've grown. They've expanded. The Sandinistas Gestapo of the left has not yet consolidated its revolution, nor successfully exported its revolution to El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Mexico. The other regional states surrounding Nicaragua are still democratic. They're still thriving. And despite massive Soviet aid to Nicaragua, the Cubans, the East Germans, the Bulgarians, the PLO, and their new communist foothold in our hemisphere has not yet been consolidated and hasn't expanded. So I guess we've all we Americans and the cause of freedom have been victimized by this terrible process that we've been belaboring here. But wouldn't you say we've been benefited by this result? Would you say that in terms of the Contras are still alive, they're still in there fighting? As a matter of fact, they're doing pretty damn well, aren't they?
I guess I'd say that we as the United States have internally been greatly harmed by the means, and the Central Americans have been aided by the ends.
And the cause of freedom has been aided by the ends, wouldn't you say?
By the ends, yes.
Now, all of this back-channel foreign policy without the public support, there are historical precedents for that, aren't there? I'm speaking of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, whom we regularly honor. And it's called leadership sometimes, getting a little ahead of the curve, but helping Great Britain with destroyers when clearly public support probably wouldn't have been behind that. You don't have to answer that, but it just seems to me that's called leadership. Now, as to Monitor Ali, I guess you didn't skulk around in the bushes across from his house, did you? Like apparently some here would want you to do. You made the colossal error of taking his word for it. You took his word that he hadn't done anything. I would just, if it gives you any comfort, advise you that we on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence took Bud McFarland's word on the same thing. We didn't probe. We didn't put him up against the wall. He said, we're adhering to the letter and the spirit of the Boland Amendment in its multifarious forms, multicolored garb. We're adhering to it. We took that. We closed the book. So you are so credulous, but you have company. I just would like you to know. Now, I guess Congress is supposed to be a full partner in the formulating of foreign policy. And we're pretty mad that we haven't been taken in to the confidence of this administration on so many things, and rightly so. But you know, if our contribution to the formulation of foreign policy is anything like our performance, for which we have the sole responsibility of formulating a budget or appropriating money. You've heard of the saga of the continuing resolution, where we all vote at midnight. We don't know what's in it, who's getting what. 10 guys know, and they tell us, trust us, and we all vote on it, or government stops. We do that year after year after year. And so if our contribution to foreign policy is equally cogent and coherent, you should tremble for the Republic, as I do regularly. And I anticipate a red light, so we'll continue our monologue later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Belknap, could I ask you to move to your left, please, so I could see Mr. Abrams? Good morning, Mr. Abrams.
Good morning.
Senator Rudman commented on your lack of curiosity, and others have noted that in not asking Colonel North questions. I have to say to you that I reached the same conclusions from the questions you did ask. You said yesterday that it was clear to you that Colonel North was not violating the law. And it was clear to you because you asked him, are you violating the law? Yesterday, you also said, in response to a question by Mr. Leone about the failure of Mr. North and Mr. Tams to tell you some aspects of the humanitarian program. You said, and I think this should be quoted, you said, let me answer it this way. I think those people who had the opportunity to work with me in the 4.5 years in which I was an assistant secretary prior to this job, and in this job, would have known two things. They would have known two things. I believe they would have known that if you're making any effort whatsoever to exclude the Secretary of State from knowing about something, you don't tell it to me. And then, skipping ahead, you said, and the second thing they would know, if you are planning to violate the law, you had better not let me know about it. Now, you yourself, therefore, characterize your reputation as one that if you are planning to violate the law, you had better not let me know about it. You then, in other testimony, said that the question you asked Colonel North is, are you violating the law? Of the many questions which could be asked to elicit information, it seems to me that would be at the bottom of the list. You didn't seriously expect Colonel North to answer, yes, I am violating the law, and describe to you the manner in which he was violating the law. Did you? What did you expect him to say when you asked him, are you violating the law?
Well, what he said was that he had checked with White House counsel. Now, that's not just saying no. That's saying that he had, in the course of his duties at the White House, actually consulted a lawyer, which is a little bit, he was not a lawyer, is not a lawyer, so that's a little bit of a larger answer.
Well, I just have to say that I accept that response, but it just seems to me that you really didn't want to know, and the question was intended to elicit a denial and did in fact elicit a denial.
No, I would disagree with that.
How many people do you know answer a question, are you breaking the law, by saying yes? I mean, I could see, what are you doing? Who did you talk to? Who have you seen? All of those, any one of literally hundreds of questions that could be described as seriously intended to elicit information. But
well, I think a question about, is there a legal problem here could elicit a lot of answers like, no, I have checked with White House counsel, or, well, it depends on how you interpret the Boland Amendment. And there are a lot of possible answers to that. The answer was, checked with lawyers. No, 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 I have never solicited a dime.
Well,
I'd just like to announce that the vote is pending in the House.
all right, thank you. Now, you also testified yesterday that your statements categorically denying any involvement by U.S. government officials in the Hassenfuss flight were, in your words, completely honest and completely wrong. And by that, I take it you meant that when you made those statements, you believed them to be true, but you have since learned that they're not true. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we can see now that there was a degree of involvement in that private network that makes that answer wrong.
That's right. In other words, what makes your answer wrong was that you've since learned that there was, in fact, involvement by government officials.
Yes.
Yes. Now, when you made your categorical assurances of no government involvement, you emphasized it by saying that any such involvement would have been illegal. To quote from your answer on Evans and Novak, you were asked a very broad question. You said, absolutely, that would be illegal. We are banned from doing that, and we are not doing it. Do you recall that testimony, that statement?
That statement.
Yeah. So you said, and you stressed repeatedly that you believed what you said then, that if there were any involvement by government officials, it would be illegal. Is that correct?
That may have been slightly too broad, depending on how you interpret Boland, but I think the real meaning of it is, yes, that's right. We weren't supposed to be giving any help to the private benefactor network giving military aid to the Contras.
And since you've learned that there was such involvement, indeed, it is the fact of that involvement which makes your earlier statements untrue. You must now believe that there were illegal acts committed by some government officials.
I think there are a lot of questions now. I'm not a judge. I'm not going to judge this, but there are a lot of questions.
But you were not qualifying your statements last October. You were very categorical in saying that would be illegal. Indeed, it is clear that your assertion of illegality was an attempt to emphasize the conviction of your view that there was no such involvement. You used the assertion of illegality as a means of emphasizing the conviction that you had on that point. Isn't that true?
I think that's fair,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. And so you see, telling us with emphasis that you believed what you're saying, the only conclusion possible, if you believed it, was that you must now believe that illegal acts were committed. Otherwise, you're now calling into question the credibility of the statements which you made then, which you now acknowledge to have been untrue, but which you justify, at least in terms of your own integrity, by saying, well, I didn't know the truth.
I'm just sitting here thinking that, and I get accused of facility with the English language.
Yeah. Is this a wrong?
No, I think
is this an unfair facility?
No, it's not. All I really mean to say is this: that you can come up with theories about the Boland Amendment. I can come up with theories about the Boland Amendment, which would make a lot of things that Congress probably meant to call illegal, legal, and ultimately those theories will be tested in a court. But it was my assumption that that kind of activity was illegal.
Yeah. Well, my time is up. I'll just close with a comment. You're obviously an extremely intelligent, very articulate man, and I think you've worked hard in behalf of the policy which you believe. I tend to agree with Senator Cohen and Congressman Purcell that you've been treated very shabbily, particularly if, and I believe you when you say you didn't know the statements you were making were untrue, no one corrected you. I kind of have the impression that baseball has a designated hitter. This committee has a designated questioners, that it looks to me like you're one of the administration's designated fall guys. I think it's very unfortunate, and it concerns me that your anger or outrage doesn't appear at all directed at those who placed you in the position of repeatedly making public statements that you believe to be true, but which others knew to be untrue, and which has therefore resulted in your integrity being called into question as opposed to theirs. And really, you're in a position where all public officials were constantly making public statements. They're written down, and in the last analysis, you don't have much beyond your own reputation for integrity and your own word.
Senator, I have feelings of, I have some very strong feelings about this, which, and my wife has more, which I think it's, you know, I just don't think it's fair to express all of those at this point here, but I would disagree with one thing that you said. Last night after this hearing was over, I went back and saw the Secretary, who had watched some of the hearings, who made some public comments at noon yesterday and others last night, and it is not his view, nor is it my view, that I am the fall guy. I am and plan to be Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs.
Well, I hope for your sake you're not, but I think what's going to happen is truly inexorable and inevitable, Mr. Abrams. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I know that you recognize that what this committee is attempting to get at the facts, try to unravel this maze, and up to this point, I must tell you that as one who serves on this committee and hopefully will achieve that objective, very frankly, having listened to you these past days, makes me rather uncomfortable, because I find myself going back to inconsistent statements on the part of administration officials. And you, of course, claim that what you've said is what's truth, what's accurate, and naturally it leaves in doubt what others have said, whether they intentionally deceived this committee or intentionally misrepresented facts. And that leaves us in, of course, an unfortunate quandary. But I'm sure that you, like us, feel that this is a very important charge that we've got, and you would hope that you might help us at least unravel this ball of wax. It seems to me, however, very frankly, that having listened to some of the questions and then your responses, and you yourself admitting that you're a man who's precise with your words, very frankly, I must ask you whether or not, when questions are put to you, such as the question put to you the other day, yesterday, by Mr. Belnick with reference to the Hassenfuss matter, and the question that was asked of you at one point was, you felt, didn't you, at the time, that based on your knowledge, Colonel North was likely to be the official in the United States government who would have the most information about this flight, if anyone in government would. Wasn't that your belief? Oh, probably. And then Mr. Belnick goes on later on, a few pages after that, and he says, you were also asked at the House Foreign Affairs Committee meeting by one of the members of the committee, and get this, this is his question, stating a question put to you by the Foreign Affairs Committee, quote, do you think there is anyone in the government who does know who organized the Hassenfuss flight, unquote. And your answer was, no, because we don't keep track of this kind of activity. You gave that testimony and you said, I take your word for it. Now, being precise as you are, were you saying no only because you didn't think that anyone in the government who does know who organized the Hassenfuss flight, and you didn't think that it might be North, whom you previously referred to as having some knowledge about, and saying, oh, probably? Now, I don't understand, just what your exact response was and why, when the question was, do you think? Don't you think that at that point, the truthful response would have been, well, it might be North? Since you had said just 2 pages before, oh, probably, that he was the person who was most knowledgeable.
I'm going to have to look at the testimony, Congressman.
Well, it's the testimony, it's yesterday's transcript, and it's page 29, in which Belnick asks you that question, and in which you answer, oh, probably, and then you go back to page 32, wherein he quotes the question from the Foreign Affairs Committee members, do you think?
32?
32.
And I'm sorry, and your question about this
My
is?
question is that 2 pages before you say that you answer that based on your knowledge, Colonel North was likely to be the official United States government who would have the most information about this flight. And then, do you think there is anyone in the government who does know who organized the Hassenfuss flight? And you say no.
Thinking back to the period, you will recall that after the plane was shot down, one of the things I did that day or the next day was to call Colonel North's office and the CIA task force to determine whether people knew about this, and the answer that I was given was no. Colonel North was out of town. I spoke to Mr. Earl. This is the 6th of October, I guess, who was his deputy. The answer I'd gotten was no, so I guess I think the answer really is...
You're moving away from my question. I stated originally that you're a man who's precise with words. The question here was, do you think there is anyone in the government who does know? Do you think? That suggests an opinion. And the answer to the question put to you by Belnick yesterday was that, oh, you probably did know.
I'm not sure I'm getting this. I think I did just answer it by saying that immediately after the plane was shot down, I called Colonel North's office in the CIA and asked for information about it, and was told that this was something the U.S. government had no connection with. And I think that was the basis for that testimony. That is to say that somebody might know, but then you call the offices around, you find out, do people, did we in any sense do this? And told, no, this is not a U.S. government activity. So then Congress asks you, say, no, it's not. It's not.
I really don't follow you, and I think that I follow English quite well. It seems to me that when you answer, oh, probably, on page 29, you're admitting some knowledge about Colonel North being the person who was most likely to know, and then you're asked a question, though, by the Foreign Affairs Committee people, do you think? And you said at that time, oh, no.
Well, I think the difference is between the general question about who in the government knew most, and I've testified 10 times the answer was probably or certainly Colonel North, and then the specific
this was
question
only, do
about
you
this
think?
flight. And I have answered that question then and now. I had contacted everybody I thought possibly involved or knowledgeable or able to give me information on the 6th of October, which is basically the CIA task force in Colonel North's office.
Well, let's move to another area. Concerning the categorical assurances that you gave with relation to the questions that were put to you on the funding and as to foreign governments making contributions to the Contras. And again, at that time, you were speaking for the administration and the State Department. Isn't that correct?
I think so. Yes, that's correct.
Well, isn't it a fact at that time that there were other people in the State Department, in the government, who knew that there were solicitations that were taking place with other governments?
Had taken place, yes. It's not clear that all of them, I mean, it's not clear. It's clear that they did not know what I testified that day because that was a closed session. But yes, no one who knew that there had been other solicitations attempted to call me up and say, wait a second, there was a solicitation of the Saudis. No one did that.
No one
did that.
No one was concerned that you were giving categorical assurance.
I can only tell you that I did on the public record as well as privately say that there had been no contributions from foreign governments. No one corrected.
No one, Mr. Schultz did not, Mr. Seagour did not, Mr. North did not.
No one
who'd had.
The first I learned of the Saudi contribution was from the Tower Board staff in, I guess, February or so of '87.
Let me ask a final question.
To advise the chairman
Let me
that
ask
time is expired. One more.
Just this question, I wanted to get clear in my mind. You talked about you were not authorized to disclose the fact that you had made those solicitations. And then you stated that at a later date, I think it was sometime in December, that you finally, or November 25th, finally went back. December 8th, you finally went back to the committee. And you either felt badly or something that you...
No, what I testified was that I requested permission to inform the committee by telephone. Chairman, Ranking Member Senator Bradley on December 4th and got it and called, I think, on December 5th. This was not related to going back to the committee for testimony. This was related to calling and saying there was a solicitation. I wasn't allowed to tell the country, but that there had been a solicitation.
But did the Secretary then authorize you to tell the truth at that time?
Secretary authorized me to call. He said, if you think you should, you can. Tell them that there was this solicitation, but you are not authorized to tell the country.
But you didn't have that kind of authority before.
I did not.
Thank you very much.
Senator McClure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, our time is very brief in each individual questioning, and I want to ask some rather general questions, but I don't want to take much time for the answers, even though they're crucial. Do you ever get frustrated with that? I know you've testified earlier with respect to what U.S. policy is in Central America. I think you rather briefly said it's for pluralistic democratic societies with freedom for the individuals throughout Central America. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that includes also within it an opposition to a regime in Nicaragua which we feel doesn't meet any of those tests.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
If I get off base, take the time to get me back straight. The administration's policy has been undeviating in that respect. Is it not correct?
Yes.
And yet U.S. policy is a combination of administration position and belief, and that expressed by the Congress.
Yes.
And the Congress policy with respect to Central America has not been nearly as consistent. Is that correct?
I think that's right, yes.
Now, earlier, Congressman Hyde made some reference to the fact that, well, at least the Contras are alive today, and there's been some criticism of private funding or the solicitation of funds or the channeling of aid to them from non-governmental sources. Would the Contras be alive and well today if that hadn't been done?
I have to say I don't think so. Probably be alive, but in very, very bad shape.
Now, what has been the President's position on private aid to the Contras?
Generally favoring it.
Has he said that publicly?
Yes.
Has he articulated that in private as well as in public on more than one occasion?
Yes, he has.
It's not a secret, is it?
No.
So we shouldn't approach these hearings with the idea that any notion that the President supports private funding is somehow the revelation of a long-held secret.
No.
Is it a violation of the law for the President to do that?
No, sir.
Is it a violation of the law for the President to urge others to do it?
I don't believe so.
Is it a violation of the law to have individuals provide assistance directly?
No, as long as they don't violate the Neutrality Act or the Arms Export Control Act, it's not.
And there are some questions about how far you can go under each of those areas, and lawyers will have good debates and arguments about that. Is that not correct?
Yes, and when we in the department got letters from people saying I'd like to contribute to the Contras, the letter that went back said, get a lawyer.
That's a great contribution to the Contras. So far as I know, the Contras are not lawyers, and yet all the contributions are going to lawyers. Is that what I'm getting from you? You're advising them to contribute to the lawyers.
Well, it may be an indirect contribution.
Oh, I see. Now, there's been some inference here today that there was something wrong with an organization that undertook to influence public opinion. You've been questioned with respect to an ad campaign that was out. Is that an illegal action?
I don't believe so.
Was it illegal for you to look at those ads and say, express any opinion about those ads?
I can't see how it would be.
Even though that may have indirectly given aid and comfort to the Contras?
Well, yes, because, I mean, the President's speeches certainly gave aid and comfort to the Contras, and they weren't illegal either.
So you don't believe that it was illegal for you to have met with a group that had an ad campaign?
No. I also, in this period, met with the Contras lots of times.
And while I can understand that some members of Congress who may have been targeted in that, in some way might feel that they didn't like being targeted, I suspect every one of us, one time or another, been targeted by someone, or some several. Are there any liberal, left-wing, and I use those terms because we've been talking about right-wing conservatives, are there any liberal, left-wing organizations opposing U.S. policy in Central America?
Yes.
How many?
Dozens and dozens.
Dozens?
Hundreds, probably.
Dozens and dozens. Are any of them 50C3 organizations?
I believe yes.
You familiar with the Coalition for a New Foreign and Military Policy?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Have you heard of the North American Congress on Latin America?
Yes.
Have you heard of the Washington Office on Latin America?
Yes.
Have you heard of Committee in Solidarity with People of El Salvador?
Yes, that's essentially a front for the FMLN guerrillas in El Salvador.
Have you heard of the Council on Hemispheric Affairs?
Yes.
The America's Watch Committee?
Yes.
Center for Development Policy?
Yes.
Center for International Policy?
Yes.
Ecumenical Program for Inter-American Communication and Action?
That's a new one on me.
Central American Historical Institute?
Another new one.
Institute for Food and Development Policy?
Yes.
Medical Aid for El Salvador?
Yes.
New El Salvador Today?
Yes.
Center for the Study of Americas?
Yes.
World Peacemakers?
No.
Washington Peace Center?
No.
Casa El Salvador?
Yes.
Medical Aid for El Salvador? Casa Nicaragua?
No.
New El Salvador Today?
Yes.
Nicaragua Network?
Yes.
National Network in Solidarity with the Nicaraguan people?
Yes.
Association in Solidarity with Guatemala?
Yes.
Network in Solidarity, Association in Solidarity with Guatemala?
No, that's a new one.
Honduras Information Center?
I haven't heard of that.
Caribbean Basin Information Project?
No.
Witness for Peace?
Yes.
Center for Concern?
No.
I won't even mention the National Council of Churches because they're much more broadly based than just Central America. Mr. Chairman, I have a list, not only the list of these organizations, but some specific actions that they have taken, lobbying Congress, targeting members of Congress, moving towards the public debate on Central American policy. I also have a list of their claims with at least some of them with respect to whether or not they're tax exempt under Section 501c3 or 501c4. And I would ask unanimous consent that those be made a part of the record as part of my
Is there
remarks.
objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first would refer you to Exhibit 46, page 42, the second page of that excerpt that's been put in as Exhibit 46, about the bottom two-thirds of the page. There's a question by Mr. Levine, and he says, let me read you two sentences, and I'd be interested in your response to these. U.S. defense sources disclosed yesterday that the flight, and this was a Hassenfuss flight, had been paid for by Saudi Arabian funds. This was confirmed by an Intelligence Committee senior staff member. Have you heard either of these? Answer, Mr. Abrams, no, I hadn't. Assuming the reporter talked to a senior staffer, I wish the Intelligence Committee would find out who that person is, because he or she is lying to the press about things never said to the Intelligence Committee. If they had been said, the staffer needs to go to jail anyway for violating the secrecy of that committee. But that had never been said, so it's just a flat-out lie. I just want to observe that that seems to be your strong attitude about people who lie. And Mr. Abrams,
and
as
violate,
assistant,
and
it's
violate.
not a question, it's a statement. You made it? Did you make that statement here?
Yes, sure.
Mr. Abrams, as Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, what are your responsibilities, briefly?
To help create and to help implement under the Secretary U.S. policy in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean.
What sources of information do you use and have available to you to enable you to do your job? And do they include embassy cables, CIA back channels, intercepts, DOD and State Department briefings, access to all embassies?
And more, probably.
What
basically, State Department cables and CIA reporting are the two sort of fundamental building blocks in terms of information.
Now, Mr. Abrams, you are characterized in all these questions and interrogations as the administration's point man for Nicaragua. You chaired the rig charged with developing policy.
No, sir, not charged with developing policy. Not charged with developing policy. The policy is developed at a higher level than an assistant secretary. It's developed.
And you were chairman of that rig.
Yes, sir.
And you've been the administration's spokesman before congressional committees on foreign affairs and intelligence. And you've testified about regular meetings with Colonel North and the CIA Central Area Task Force leader. And you've told us how you picked up the telephone, called the ambassador to Costa Rica to tell him to use threats to stop a presidential press conference. And you brought up you did that in the testimony.
It was not a presidential press conference. The press conference by the Minister of the Interior.
You did call him, threaten him, tell him to use threats.
Well, I told Ambassador Tams to raise the question of canceling that visit.
Right. And you brought up the subject of secret airstrips with the CIA station chief. Now, I can go on with the whole library of your activities, but I suspect, seems obvious, you took your job very seriously. I suspect you were probably even impressed with the influence you were supposed to have and would want to impress Congress and the Secretary of State and the President with how well you carried out your duties.
I didn't need to impress the Secretary. He gave me the job, sir.
You did want to do a good job, didn't you?
Sure.
Well, I'm very troubled with the job that you did, because you would have us believe that you just had no idea about private fundraising, about solicitation to foreign governments for a few $1 million. You had no idea about how the Contras were operating or where they were getting their supplies. You had no idea about a large number of people who were commuting almost daily between the United States and your area of surveillance. And yet these missions went on for months while you were in office. Now, Mr. Abrams,
well, I just take exception to that. I never said I had no idea about most of the things you said. I said I had no idea about.
I understand. You haven't said you knew anything about them.
No, that's not what I said either.
You are the only man I ever saw that takes more pride in not knowing anything than anybody I ever saw. Most people take pride and are smug about knowledge.
Well, I take
you
exception.
You seem to be very proud of not knowing anything about the technical problems and the real sticky problems with which you are involved. Now, I believe you'd have been a lot better informed if you'd been reading the daily newspapers, listening to TV, listening to the radio. And I can only conclude after this that you're either extremely incompetent or that you are still, as I say, deceiving us with semantics. Or three, Maybe the administration has intentionally kept you in the dark on all these matters, so then you could come down and blatantly mislead us, the Secretary of State and the American people, on all of these issues that we've been discussing. And I am deeply troubled by it and wonder if you can survive as Assistant Secretary of State.
Well, fortunately,
Mr. Balance of my time, Mr.
If I could
Chairman.
respond to that, Mr. Brooks.
Let him talk.
Thank you. Fortunately, I guess I have to say I don't work for you. I work for George Shultz, and he seems to be pretty satisfied with the job I've done for him. That makes me very happy and very proud.
And me.
The characterization that you have made of my testimony here yesterday and previous testimony, I think, is in too many ways to state in a brief answer erroneous.
I wouldn't think that you would agree with one bit of it, because you've been very patiently telling us you don't know about this, you don't know about that.
Well,
you weren't informed, you weren't authorized to tell the truth. That's the wildest story I ever heard. They weren't authorized to tell the committee the truth about something.
Well,
that's the most cockamamie idea I ever heard. Why do you have to be authorized to tell the truth to the appropriate committee in Congress?
Well,
I don't want you to tell me.
I'd like to
You should have
repeat
told the Intelligence Committee.
I'd like to repeat the answer as you raise it that I gave yesterday, and the answer was and is that we treated this as a highly confidential diplomatic activity because the government of Brunei had insisted on complete confidentiality. One of the things that I regret is I gave them, and the department and the secretary gave them that commitment, and we couldn't keep it. And I was not authorized to reveal that until the secretary gave me that authorization on around December 4th, but without revealing the name. And that is the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To some extent, pursuing that line of questioning, Mr. Abrams, I'm looking, though, to the future. You're going to remain, according to your testimony, in your present position. That position, as you've already described it, is a key position as spokesman and also policymaker, and also considerable amount of testimony before key committees, including Intelligence Committee. Now, the next time you appear on an important matter before the Intelligence Committee, my question is, how should we question you?
Well, Senator, I've done it. In the period between December 8th and now, I have not failed to appear. I've testified about 20 times. I have testified probably 10 times in the Intelligence Committee, sometimes with the full membership present, sometimes really with one senator and the staff present. I would ask you to go back and look at that testimony or have the staff do it and ask them if they would not agree with me that there just isn't anything going on in this program that they don't know about, anything significant, that there's anything significant that could surprise the members of the committee who follow my testimony.
Based on previous testimony, though, there were so many areas that you weren't informed in, even though you were the principal spokesman for the administration. Over and over again, you've said that you weren't informed on this, that, and the other, or you were misled. Now, how are we supposed to know that you are informed when you appear before the committee?
I can give you, well, two things, really. One, the White House handling of this has been entirely reorganized, and the NSC is no longer an operating agency. Operations are handled by the traditional departments of the government. In addition, the legislation has now given me and given the department a role and an authority that we have never had before with respect to this program.
How are we supposed to know whether you are authorized to tell the truth?
Well, if you want to know whether the Secretary has suggested or the Department has suggested withholding information on anything, I guess the way is to ask the question, and the answer is no.
But in other words, before we ask you substantive questions each time you appear, we need to precede that by asking you if you're authorized on this subject to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that the way we begin our questioning of
Senator,
Elliott Abrams?
I'd have to tell you I think that's an unfair comment, because I have testified, as I said, about 60 times, and on one occasion, in one instance, with reference to one activity of the Department of State, we concluded, not I as an individual, that this was not something that we would have to reveal to the Congress and didn't reveal until I got the authority of the Secretary.
Well, it seems to me it was a rather key area from a rather key committee, and it was behind closed doors. It was the most classified hearing I suppose we can have. Let me move on to another subject.
Well, I don't disagree with that. It's just that I wasn't authorized to do it.
Well,
when I was authorized, I did it. As a matter of fact,
let's move on to the executive branch itself. Yesterday, you said on page 28 and again on page 72 in the afternoon that Ollie North told you, quote, "I've never solicited a nickel." He may have said a dime. "I'm not breaking the law," end quote. Did Oliver North mislead you with that statement?
I don't know. With respect to solicitation, I gather that the pattern that's emerging is that he, as an official of the U.S. government, would not actually.
You have questions about whether he misled?
I have 1,000 questions.
All right. Page 57, you asked whether Ambassador Tams ever reported the fact that he was negotiating with the Costa Rican government about the airstrip, and you replied that, quote, he never reported that to the Department of State, end quote. Did Ambassador Tams mislead you?
I believe he did mislead me on that. I believe he should have reported that.
Let me just move on. I just want to get a quick answer on these. On page 26 of yesterday afternoon's transcript, Mr. Belnick asked you about categorical assurances that the United States was not involved in the private resupply flights, and you said, quote, we inquired of CIA, inquired of DOD, and everybody said, not only then but later, there was no U.S. role, end quote. My question is, did CIA, NSC, and DOD mislead you?
The question is whether they knew about it. I guess I'd say that the people in the NSC who knew did. I don't know of anybody in DOD who did, and the question about CIA, I think,
Wouldn't
is an
you
open one.
assume that someone you were talking to should have known about this?
I think so.
And you have to rely on statements like that to be effective.
You can't do business any other way.
I agree completely. On page 125 of yesterday afternoon's transcript, Mr. Leone asked you when you asked Secretary Seeger whether there were any countries in his areas who could contribute. He told you that he had previously solicited funds from 2 countries. You replied he did not. Is that accurate? He did not tell you that.
He did not tell me that.
By omission, did he mislead you?
I don't know. I I didn't ask him that exact question.
All right. How about on Colonel North? He never told you about solicitation, did he? Colonel North never told you?
No one ever told me about solicitation prior to, well, actually it was the Tower Commission that told me about the Saudis.
Wrapping it all up because the yellow light's on, how do we operate in the executive branch? Forget about Congress. Forget about the Intelligence Committee. How does the executive branch operate when so many people are misleading so many other people, and particularly with you in a key position, and you were being misled over and over and over again according to your testimony?
You can't operate that way, and I think that we in the executive branch and you in the Congress know that the way in which that was being operated in the executive branch was a disaster. And the thing just fell apart. It was being operated by the NSC, keeping the Department of State in the dark, and that is a formula for disaster.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Corder.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary Abrams, I'd like to start out just by pointing out something. It's been discussed that you were misled by Mr. Tams and by Oliver North and by Mr. Poindexter, and that you were not sufficiently inquisitive or prosecutorial in discussing events and individual activities. I would just remind the Congress that one of the great dupes of all times, one of the great shams, one of the great areas where the Congress was misled was simply by the Sandinistas themselves. When they pledged to the Organization of American States, to you, the President of the United States, all American people, and the Congress, that they would respect human rights, that they would have an open and pluralistic society, that they would have open and free elections, that they would have respect the press, etc. And we also, based on that, those statements that misled us, funded them by, I would imagine, I don't precisely recall, about $100 million. And I'm just wondering where the congressional outrage with regard to being misled is sometimes. Now, with that statement, I'd like to ask you what I consider to be a very, very serious question. You indicated yesterday by your testimony that you did not solicit funds from Middle Eastern countries because you felt that they would not be forthcoming. That they would not have an interest in Central America, that it was too far away, that they would not be receptive. The legitimate question I have is, if that is so, and there's logic in your statement, I agree with you, they would not volunteer, I take it by your statement, because they live in a different world and Central American problems are not theirs, they have enough problems of their own. Why would country number 2 then give millions of dollars?
looking for the, the code. Well, I'm no Middle East specialist at all. That is why I went to Ambassador Murphy, and I was reflecting his view when he said that none would give. As I recall Ambassador Murphy's comments at that time, he did say, and I think I testified to this yesterday, that it is possible that some kind of high-level contact would have elicited a positive response, but I don't know. What Ambassador Murphy told me was that he generally felt this was a world they knew nothing about and they would not be inclined to do it.
You indicated this morning about lessons learned from this that you have, and you were asked the question, if you were asked to give advice to students that were listening to these programs, the advice would be never to be too careful and also never to be too clever. What did you mean by never to be too clever? I take it that you were referring to yourself.
I was
you
referring
were too clever
to the
at
testimony
a
on
couple of
November
occasions.
25th in the Senate Intelligence Committee.
And that's because what you said was literally true, but you knew that it would mislead the committee?
That it would not tell them about a solicitation which I knew about, though I was not authorized to reveal it to them.
It's obviously nothing, it's not a crime, it's not a misdemeanor, it's not prohibited to be suspicious. There's no penalties attached to being suspicious of something or to suspect something. You're obviously a dedicated public servant. We appreciate the work you've done in the past. I look forward to your continuing as Assistant Secretary. Very frankly, I think you've done an outstanding job. But with all the press reports, all the leading questions by members of the Senate Intelligence Committee and members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, the press reports, the statements, and the questions you heard from the media, were you not suspicious, deep in your own heart, that there was a lot going on?
That is why periodically I and Assistant Secretary Armitage has testified and others ask the question. And you just operate, you cannot operate except under a system of trust of those with whom you're working and belief in what they're telling you.
Do you think, this is a follow-up to that, do you think you have, when you are, I take it by your answer that yes, you had faith, you had trust in these individuals, but you did suspect that more was happening, that we were more involved than you thought, that there was more activity in the National Security Council with respect to helping the resistance?
No, I thought
or is that not so?
No, I thought that there was a kind of keeping track, not direction or facilitation.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, in reflecting on your testimony, it seems to me that there's at least one important truth that's been reconfirmed, and that is that when people get misled, they get upset and they even get even sometimes. When Congress felt that it had not been told the truth about the CIA's mining of the Nicaraguan harbor, in 1984 it got mad. And I still recall the rather mild reaction of Senator Goldwater at that time. And then it got even. It enacted Bolin 1. When Mr. Garmanafar, the Iranian, that paragon of virtue, learned that the United States was developing a second channel rather than working through him with all the potentials that he thought were there as he had been led to believe, he got mad and he did his best to get even. As a matter of fact, he ridiculed the second channel and started in motion what many believed to be a series of events that really has resulted in this mess we have up to date, that really blew the lid off the United States covert action program there, basically in that area, and made it anything but secret. Some would say that he got more than even under the circumstances. When you yourself found out that you had not been told the truth about the Hassenfuss flight, you got mad, and to a measure, I suppose you're getting even here with some of the testimony that you've given to us yesterday, because they did leave you out shaking on a very shaky limb, seems to me. When we in Congress felt we were misled by your testimony before the Intelligence Committee, we got mad, and now I suppose we're getting even. or at least it looks like it. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Abrams, that if we're ever going to have consistency among separated powers in our government, we're going to have to stop misleading each other? We're going to have to give straight answers to straight questions and not mislead. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, and I suppose it would also help that when we in Congress get straight answers from people like yourself, we have to learn to be able to keep those straight secrets too, especially when covert actions are involved. Is that correct?
It is correct.
In fact, it may well be that our failure to get full and complete answers in front of some of these committees and to certain questions is in a certain measure at least a result of a desire by certain people to get even if people who are given congressional confidential information one day and of course go right out and leak it to NBC the next. And I remember a 170-page report leaked. Everybody on the Intelligence Committee said it was going to be confidential, and here, next day it shows up at NBC, and every other network was really upset because they were excluded from this important discussion of what happened over in Iran. Perhaps under those circumstances, there is a feeling of getting mad and even getting even by next time saying, I won't tell them if they don't just ask the exact right question. Isn't that kind of the attitude that develops in the administrative branch from time to time?
I think that the reason that I was not authorized to disclose the solicitation to Brunei was precisely that we had promised confidentiality, and the idea was that the more people we told, the more likely it was to leak.
And the minute you told it up here on Capitol Hill, there was a greater risk that it would be leaked to the press.
And in the department. I want to say again, we took extraordinary measures to keep it from being disseminated within the department.
I think that's fair, too, because the executive branch leaks as much, if not more, than the congressional branch. They have more people to leak with, it seems to me. Now, Mr. Abrams, let me ask you about this. As we now know the facts, the private supply operation in which Mr. Hasselfuss was involved was not per se a U.S. government operation. Is that correct?
I think that is correct.
I think it's correct. The operation received logistic support from the United States government officials, but it did not, that in and of itself did not make it a U.S. government operation. Isn't that right?
I guess that's right. I guess we're still finding out about it.
Well, it wasn't paid for out of government appropriations, was it?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, the government didn't buy the planes and the government didn't pay the salaries of the pilots, did they?
No.
Okay. I think it's just as important that we set those facts straight on that subject because there seems to be a lot of supposition and innuendo around here being thrown around in these hearings. It's no doubt, and I think it's pretty clear, that Colonel North was playing pretty close to the line, may have gone over the line. It remains to be seen. But we are, of course, in the process of collecting those facts and learning all we can about it. But I think it's an error at this particular point in time to give the impression that the air supply operation was more than it actually was. Now, let me ask you this question. You're aware that Secretary Shultz and Secretary Weinberger both claimed that they felt that the Iran initiative was, or potential initiatives, that they were inappropriate initiatives. Is that right?
Yes.
They both felt fairly strongly about that. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, that's one reason why you have these National Security Council meetings with the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, the Vice President, the President, the National Security Council, and who knows who else. There are others as well, as, of course, the Director of CIA. Is so that all of those people can get together and they constitute checks and balances themselves within that particular function. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, it seems to me that one of the things that really bothers me about Secretary Shultz and Secretary Weinberger is that they objected to it, but they didn't seem to follow up in any way, shape, or form. Do you see any ways that they did?
You know, this is really...
I'll withdraw the question. I don't want to put you on that spot, but let me ask you this. How much did they tell you to be cautious about what was going on in your job? How much do you know they told other assistant secretaries and other people at the State Department and at the Department of Defense that they should be cautious because this thing looks like it could be a very detrimental thing to the President?
Well, I was not informed by anybody about the whole Iran initiative. I didn't know that was taking place.
I understand that. But did you hear of anybody being informed? Did you hear about any directives? Did you see any particular memoranda? Did you see any directions to watch out for this stuff? Did you see any attempt to try and establish credibility for their arguments so the President could listen to the other side of these things rather than make some of the mistakes that were made here?
This was something of which I, in the Latin American field, was just simply and totally not aware.
Well, if I could just make one comment, Mr. Chairman. I think, in all honesty, I like George Shultz and I like Kent Weinberger. They're good people. And I like Bill Casey, and there's no question he helped to bring the CIA back to a position of confidence in many, many ways and respects, with all the difficulties that transpired over those tempestuous years. But I think the people on that council and in that deliberative body have to do more than just say we object to this program or we don't like this program. They have to be people of foresightedness who can look into the future and say, hey, we better watch this. We are here to protect our foreign policy of this country. If the case is made, we're here to help the president. And we're here to make sure that nothing wild-eyed goes on. And yet they didn't do that. And I find a lot of criticism. I think it's valid criticism of those people who demanded that the president speak out on his radio broadcasts and alleviate any responsibility for them. Now, I just suggest to you that I've appreciated your testimony. You've been forthright, and you've come forth here, and I heard your testimony in front of the Intelligence Committee as well. And I do understand some of the difficulties between answering everything and just spilling your guts before the committee or waiting till they ask the appropriate or the right question. And I think there's a lot of that goes on, and I can't blame you because of the loss of information that has occurred from those two committees, the House and the Senate, the Intelligence Committees, over the last number of years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, both yesterday and today, on several occasions, you've made reference to the promise of confidentiality that you and our government gave to the government of Brunei, and utilizing that as the rationale for not disclosing this information to the United States Congress. It seems to me that this juxtaposes a rather serious policy question. That question would be, does your obligation to another government, in this case Brunei, take precedence over your obligation to tell the truth to your own government, in this case the United States Congress? How would you answer that question?
No. That's why I sought authority from the Secretary to reveal the solicitation to Congress.
Well, then this sort of poses a question. Before you came to Congress, there must have been some understanding between you and others as to what you would tell the Congress if you were asked this question.
No, there was not. There was no reason to expect the question would be asked until noon, November 25th, and I was testifying a couple of hours later.
So then you, solely acting on your own, made a decision that you could not tell the truth to the Congress until you received authorization.
No, I think I would say that it was clear to me that this was something that was not being reported, not to be reported to the Congress. It was a diplomatic activity. I believe I had a discussion of this, well, we'd had a number of discussions of this with the Secretary. This was not an intelligence activity that had to be reported. We were not going to report it, at least at that point. Of course, the whole situation changed at noon that day with those revelations. And I was in the unfortunate accidental position of being up here a couple of hours after that.
This morning, in answer to a question posed to you by Mr. Bloomfield, you made a statement I was very impressed with. You said foreign policy should not be run by private citizens. Foreign policy should not be run by going to foreign countries for funding. Foreign policy should not be run by the National Security Council. When did you arrive at these conclusions?
Really, watching, I suppose, reading the Senate Intelligence Committee report, the Tower Commission report, watching these hearings, we can see the results of some of those activities.
So that's just recently you've come to these conclusions?
Well, in the context of this investigation, sure. The question of reliance, for example, on private individuals, it seems to me, was never really raised as a major policy question until now.
Would you accept
in the last few months?
Would you accept this addendum to these previous conclusions? That foreign policy should not be run by the executive branch of government by deceitful and deceptive testimony to the United States Congress.
Sure.
Now, Mr. Secretary, you said earlier that despite the obvious import of Mr. Melton's memos, that you and he sort of strung along General Singlaw. You never really gave him a definite no on the question of sending a signal to foreign countries. Is that correct?
That's right. We temporized.
Now, isn't that paramount to letting General Singlaw believe that the United States government was in favor of his efforts, but as Mr. Melton's memos say, the time just isn't right yet?
Well, you might say, I think we were in favor of his efforts. It's just that we couldn't do anything to help him. I mean, the President had said on many occasions publicly that we were in favor of the private individuals who were helping the resistance, just that we couldn't help them.
Well, how does this differ from when you said to us yesterday that Mr. Melton's memos were wrong?
Well, Mr. Melton said that in sworn testimony to this committee.
Well, I'm not asking you about what Mr. Melton said. I'm asking you this. In the exhibits EA 5, 6, and 7, dated May 14, May 15, May 22nd, Mr. Melton says in EA 5, the earlier decision to pass the message he had requested had been reconsidered. The judgment here was that the timing was not right. To move now means complicate other priority matters of importance of which he was aware. In EA 6, in his memo to you, he says, approaches by him at this time might complicate our efforts. Then in EA 7, it says he would like to hear from you why his initiative was untimely. Doesn't it appear to be consistent with saying that we are in accord with this thing, but the time just isn't right?
Well, at this point, something new was happening, Mr. Stokes. It was not that I was refusing to help General Singlaub. I had told him, a private citizen, don't solicit any aid for the Contras from a foreign government, please. And he had a right to say, wait a minute, Abrams is not telling me he can't help me. Abrams is telling me knock it off completely. Why? Answer, because we had an NSPG meeting, we were discussing this in this period. It was just after the NSPG meeting, at which a decision had been reached that the U.S. government would make a solicitation. So I went further than not helping him. I obstructed him. I told him to stop, and he deserved an explanation of some sort.
My time has expired. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, I want to clear up one thing very quickly at the outset. You said yesterday in talking about Eden Pastori that a lot of people regarded him in a negative way, and you even went so far as to say they regarded him as being disloyal. And I wanted to know, disloyal to whom?
Disloyal to the resistance in the sense that there were accusations that he was in fact a kind of Sandinista agent.
So he was actually working, this assertion was that he was working for the Sandinistas.
There have been such assertions made, yes.
And do you place any credence in them?
I don't now.
Did you then?
Early on, of course, coming into this job in the first, 6 months, I had not met Mr. Pastora. I was hearing very, very, very negative things from him about those who did know him, and I did not have any basis to make that judgment. People who claim to know a lot about it entertained that judgment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Now, you were the chairman of the RIG, but you've deprecated the role of the RIG in your testimony here, saying it's essentially a coordinating agency, and as I understand it, you deny that there was a three-person sub-RIG. Is that correct?
Yes.
You, North, and the CIA Central American Task Force.
For one thing, as I mentioned yesterday, usually when we met, we were not three, we were four, as I recall it.
Who was the fourth?
Frequently, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Central America.
Who's your subordinate?
Yeah, who's a career.
Now, you say in these
officer,
meetings you'd have some 12 or 15 people there. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Were they subordinates to the three?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. They were not.
I see. Who was it that was not subordinate? Who was
Well,
superior? Was there anyone in those RIG meetings that was superior to you in the State Department?
In the State Department, no. I was the highest-ranking State Department officer.
And were you the highest-ranking government official who participated in the RIG?
I wouldn't say that, no. For example, when he participated, Assistant Secretary Armitage is of the same rank. I don't know how he would
often
rank.
would he participate?
I'd have to check the book.
Is it fair to say the Defense Department did not participate very much in the meetings of the RIG?
No, that would be wrong. For one thing, at virtually every meeting, a general who was the first an admiral, then a general, who was executive assistant to the chairman of the JCS, was present. I don't know how I rank compared to such a person, but he sure was not a subordinate of mine. Nor did Mr. Burghardt from the NSC view himself, nor was he, a subordinate of Colonel North's. Nor did we have as the highest rank, we had usually the director of Latin American Division of CIA, but we always had people from the Directorate of Intelligence also, who were not subordinate.
Now, your records show that the three of you, though, would meet on a periodic basis, is that correct? In addition to whether that's a sub-rig or separate and apart from the rig, you and North and the CIA head of the task force would meet on a periodic basis.
My records, I think, show that in about an 8-week period in the spring of '86, we did that.
Now, at any point in the course of making...
But again, not on a three-man basis. I think customarily not on a three-man basis. There were three-man meetings.
Who did you perceive North as working for?
The National Security Advisor. And the Deputy National Security Advisor when Mr. Fortier was alive.
Are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. McFarland where he wondered that maybe he was struck as it has developed by the extent of contacts between North and the Director of Central Intelligence?
Yes, I read that or watched it.
Did it occur to you at the time that there was a strong connection there?
No, Colonel North never invoked Mr. Casey's name in meetings, nor was I aware of meetings between them other than the NSPGs and so forth.
Now, when you were making these public statements, these blanket assertions and these categorical assurances, did you at any time suspect that you were, in a sense, being used as the front person and being denied information, which would then leave you free to make these statements?
No.
Where did you think the money was coming from for the Contras?
Well, I had, I think, asked that question, and even upon coming into the job, the agency people testified that the money was coming, wrote in written reports of the CIA, which are available, that the money was really being raised by the Contras through their corporate and individual contacts in this hemisphere and in Europe. I thought that the money was coming from a certain number of rich Americans, a certain number of rich Europeans, not from foreign governments.
You mean through things like the Singlaub effort?
And perhaps 10 others like it.
Are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar with one thing, for example, that General Singlaub did where he raised some money from a rich individual.
Of course, he's raised by his own testimony something like $500,000 altogether through his efforts. You had no sense of that dimension, is that correct?
We did not know what of General Singlaub's was
Now,
going
let me
down.
ask you about this testimony to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and then going back to see the Secretary of State. As I understand it, he said to you on then revealing Brunei that it was up to you. Is that correct? Or did he tell you he thought you ought to do it?
No,
ought to tell the Congress.
My memory is that he said it was up to me, but in any event, not to reveal the name of the country.
Assurance. You were concerned that the committee had asked you about money coming from other countries and you told them there wasn't any money. Is that correct?
That's right. And there was concern about the solicitation of Brunei. For example, I remember Mr. Platt, who was executive secretary, was one of the people I discussed this with, and he was the person who actually spoke to the secretary about it.
Did the secretary, though, indicate to you in that conversation where you were concerned about having told the Congress?
This was not a direct conversation between us. It was via Mr. Platt. I believe the secretary was out of the country, I think, at this time. But so I did not. I went to Mr. Platt, who conveyed this message to the Secretary and conveyed back the answer, if you think you should, do it, but don't reveal the name of the country.
So you, in other words, because at that time, the Secretary knew that money had also come from country two.
I can't speak to that, but he did not get a kind of full report, much less the transcript of the testimony of November 25th. What he got was an inquiry about Brunei.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCullum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, I'd like to put something in perspective. We've been talking for quite a long time, most of your testimony, about private assistance that government officials apparently have been aiding with to the Contras or to the Democratic Resistance Forces of Nicaragua. Senator McClure a few minutes ago brought up a series of names of organizations that he ran by you that apparently have been raising money in the United States privately to aid communist forces down there, either that be the Sandinista government or the FMLN or the Salvadoran guerrillas. One or two of those were organizations like the New El Salvador Today, the U.S. Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, which is known as CISPAS, I think, Medical Aid for El Salvador, the Nicaragua Network, and so on. Most of those I just named, I believe that you indicated some familiarity with. A few of those he named you did not know. What concerns me is not the fact so much that there are organizations existing raising money. They raise it for all kinds of
If I thought I should do it, but I was instructed not to reveal the name of the country, even if I was revealing the solicitation.
But he didn't tell you to tell. He said it's up to you to decide.
That is my memory.
Now, did it become clear in that conversation to him that you had also told the committee that no money had been gotten from any other country?
No, he wouldn't have. I hadn't seen the transcript. He certainly wouldn't have either.
In the course of discussing this, you didn't indicate that you'd made that kind of assurance? You were concerned that the committee had asked you about money coming from other countries, and you told them there wasn't any money. Is that correct?
That's right. And there was concern about the solicitation of Brunei. For example, I remember Mr. Platt, who was executive secretary, was one of the people I discussed this with, and he was the person who actually spoke to the secretary about it.
Did the secretary, though, indicate to you in that conversation where you were concerned about having told the Congress?
This was not a direct conversation between us. It was via Mr. Platt. I believe the secretary was out of the country I think, at this time. But, so I did not. I went to Mr. Platt, who conveyed this message to the secretary and conveyed back the answer, if you think you should, do it, but don't reveal the name of the country.
So you, in other words, because at that time, the secretary knew that money had also come from country two.
I can't speak to that, but he did not get a kind of full report, much less the transcript of the testimony of November 25th. What he got was an inquiry about Brunei.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCullum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrams, I'd like to put something in perspective. We've been talking for quite a long time, most of your testimony, about private assistance that government officials apparently have been aiding with to the Contras or to the Democratic Resistance Forces of Nicaragua. Senator McClure a few minutes ago brought up a series of names of organizations that he ran by you that apparently have been raising money in the United States privately to aid communist forces down there, either that be the Sandinista government or the FMLN or the Salvadoran guerrillas. One or two of those were organizations like the New El Salvador Today, the U.S. Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, which is known as CISPAS, I think, Medical Aid for El Salvador, the Nicaragua Network, and so on. Most of those I just named, I believe that you indicated some familiarity with. A few of those he named you did not know. What concerns me is not the fact so much that there are organizations existing raising money. They raise it for all kinds of crazy causes here in this country, some of which I believe in and some of which I don't. But what wasn't asked of you, and I want to, and does concern me, are you familiar with any government officials who have helped these organizations, any of these private organizations, raise money to support the Sandinista cause or to support the FMLN or the guerrillas in El Salvador? Any government officials in any branch of the federal government, be that Congress or the administration?
I'm familiar with literature of these groups in which their fundraising materials are, well, use the names of members of Congress.
I have put before you, I think, Exhibits 47 through 50 for the committee purposes. I'd like for you to look at those if you would. Exhibit 47 purports to be a letter over the stationery of Congressman John Conyers for New El Salvador Today. Exhibit 48 purports to be a letter over Congressman Dimely's stationery for the U.S. Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador. Both of those are organizations, as I understand it, that are supportive of the guerrilla forces in El Salvador. Is that correct?
Yeah, CISPAS, in fact, was founded by the head of the Communist Party of El Salvador, Mr. Handal.
And they have been...
In 1980, if I
They've
recall.
been raising money somewhat extensively in the United States in recent months, have they not?
Certainly tried, yeah.
Now, exhibit number 49 is a series of cables, State Department messages from the embassy in El Salvador discussing these organizations and, in fact, a whole history of the finances of the FMLN in El Salvador over a period of years. And included in that, at the bottom of the very first page, it discusses the Medical Aid for El Salvador group, MAIS, I think it is, and it lists quite a number of congressmen who are supposedly sponsors of this organization and have written letters on their behalf or whatever. Are you familiar with this cable traffic that's gone on to this?
Yes.
Presumably that's to your office.
Yeah, it's standard traffic from the embassy in San Salvador to essentially to my bureau.
And the last exhibit, exhibit number 50, is a copy of a letter from Congresswoman Schroeder, purportedly on her stationery at least, on behalf of the Nicaragua Network, raising funds for that particular group, which apparently is aiding the Sandinistas in this whole process. Are you familiar with that organization?
I've heard of it, but I'm much less familiar with it.
All right. Does it concern you, as it does me, that private citizens not only are raising money, but congressmen are out raising money for the purposes of supporting organizations and entities that our government finds to be against our policies?
Yes, I mean, they certainly have the right to do it, but I remember the question I was asked earlier about divisions within the executive branch. Here's a division in the legislative branch where the vast majority votes money for President Duarte's government in El Salvador, and others are supporting the FMLN efforts to depose him.
Well, you know, interestingly enough, most of this went on after Congress passed a law, the International Security and Development Act of 1985, in which that very law, we praised President Duarte, talked about the democracy that was down there, certainly would not support as a Congress any opposition to his government any longer. And in that same particular law, we had findings of fact, finding that the government of National Reconstruction, now known as the government of Nicaragua and controlled by the FSLN, has flagrantly violated the provisions of the June 1979 resolution, the rights of the Nicaraguan people, the security of nations in the regions, and so on. It seems to me that we have, right at this time, and since we've even passed these laws, members of these bodies of Congress, of which I'm a member, who are out in the same way many are accusing now our executive branch, raising funds for the purposes of things privately that go around the policies of our government. In other words, conducting foreign policy in the name of whatever organizations these are. I'd like to point something else out. In that cable, buried in that cable traffic of Exhibit 49, I don't know which page it's on because the pages aren't numbered, but there is a point in there in which it's discussed that some of these organizations have been documented, though they are supposedly a lot of them for humanitarian purposes, that up to 70% of the monies that actually were intended or purported to go for humanitarian purposes, at least with regard to the Salvadoran resistance, actually went for arms, for the purchase of arms. Are you familiar generally with the fact that a lot of the money that's been raised in the past to go down there to support the resistance forces has indeed gone to to purchase arms instead of humanitarian purposes?
The embassy reports that there was a high-level defector named Castellanos who was a high-level FMLN official, that is, who reported the same thing. That is, there are no financial controls whatsoever. The money goes down and then the FMLN does what it feels like with it.
No, the Government Accounting Office doesn't go down there and take an accounting of any of these funds, do they, Mr. Abrams?
No.
Well, I think I've made my point. We've got the pot calling the kettle black to a certain extent in this process. I don't like the private funding operation any more than I think you do. You've expressed that today, but I don't think it's right for members of Congress to be out there privately funding those folks on the other side of the equation either, and I think it's been very wrong. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Boland. Mr. Secretary, I want to direct your attention to November 24th of 1986. To refresh your recollection, November 24th was on a Monday, as you know. And just a few days before, the Justice Department officials had looked through Colonel North's files in his office, and on the day before, on a Sunday, North had been questioned by Attorney General Meese. The next day, on November 25th, the Attorney General held his famous press conference and North was fired. The committees have testimony that you met with Oliver North in his office on November 24th. Do you recall that meeting?
Well, there was an interagency group meeting on Nicaragua in his office.
Was that a meeting of the RIG?
No, the RIG was over. Under the new NSDD, it was now a meeting of the
All
IG.
right, who was present at that particular meeting?
Well, we'd have to check the records. There were representatives of all, as usual, all four agencies, NSC, State, DOD, CIA.
And what was said?
What was said?
What was said at the meeting?
Was a standard meeting to discuss the Nicaragua program. I have no memory of the content of the meeting. It's probably a fairly normal meeting.
Did you meet with Colonel North separately before or after that meeting, alone?
I think I stayed behind at the end of the meeting.
What was said at that meeting, and what did you discuss?
I said to him that I noticed that Southern Air Transport was mentioned in the newspaper as Southern Air Transport was a company that we found out, if I remember this correctly, after October 5th had been involved in arms shipments to in Central America. And I asked whether there was any, and now, I guess over the weekend, it had been mentioned in connection with Iran. I raised the question, and he didn't really respond much to it.
What was Colonel North's demeanor at that time? Was he agitated?
No. He was
not upset, not disturbed?
No, we had about an hour-long meeting. We have these meetings, Rigs and Igs, are an hour long, and I have not asked any of the other people who were there. There would, in theory, be 8 of us at the IG meeting, but my memory is of no agitation, nothing like that whatsoever.
Did it...
just a normal meeting.
I have a feeling that this was a particular climate in which pandemonium was probably loosed. Not as a result of the Attorney General's press conference, not as a result of the Department of Justice going through Colonel North files. Didn't disturb him one bit.
No, as I say, there were, if I remember right, there were 7 other people at the meeting, or it was roughly 8, 10 people.
Did he ask you for any advice with reference to the problems that he had at that time?
No.
Let me ask you...
None of the events of the weekend, I think, were in the newspaper, as I recall it, and so we didn't know about them. But I do not recall any sense that this was a meeting out of the ordinary at all.
Well, of course, you know Colonel North better than I, because you dealt with him since you came as Assistant Secretary of State in July of 1985. But it would surprise me that in the climate of the times that it was sort of a normal meeting.
Well, in retrospect, it surprises me too, but as I say, there were 8 or 10 of us there, and you can ask them, and perhaps have asked them, but my memory is no sense of, well, you use the term pandemonium, of upset at all.
All right, let me ask you another simple question. By the way,
let me just explain that the NSDD says this IG will meet in the White House, and the reason that we did not meet in the Situation Room that day was that it was already booked.
When the Hasenfuss supply plane was shot down, and the bodies of the 2 Americans who were killed were left outside the U.S. Embassy in Managua, did you contact Colonel North to seek assistance
in raising the money necessary to bring the bodies back to the United States?
To reimburse the embassy, yes, sir. That is to say, the embassy paid the money for, I guess you'd say, embalming and preparation. And the embassy then said, cabled me, I think. It could have been a phone call to, not me, cabled the Bureau or called the Bureau and said, we need to be paid back. And I said, well, take it out of the, it was $2,300, if I remember. Take it out of the Bureau. We have enough funds in the Bureau to pay that for people like this, Cooper and Sawyer. I was then informed, can't do it, not legal. We've got to figure out, you know, you just send it to the families, which I thought was pretty raw. So I called Colonel North and said, is there any way to raise money? Could you raise the money?
But you did talk to Colonel North at that time.
Yeah, this would be October, well, you know.
October 6th, I think you said.
No, that was the day after. We had
All right.
two issues at that point. We had the Hassenfuss lack of consular access, and we had the coffins, bodies, whatever you want to.
Mr. Secretary, what made you think that Colonel North could be of any help?
Well, the ability to raise money outside is not something that's particularly mysterious. As Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights, I had raised outside money for causes that I thought were worthy causes, but which could not take, which government money could not be spent on. At some point, right in this period, Colonel North had told me that he was in fact involved in raising a defense fund for Mr. Hassenfuss, which Mr. McFarland was helping with. And so it just seemed like a logical thing to do, if he was already raising money for a defense fund, especially.
Let me ask another simple question. Your policy with reference to obeying the law was a very solid one, and you constantly gave advice to those that you were working with to stay within the perimeters of the law. Isn't that correct?
Well, the people in the department really didn't need that advice.
As a matter of fact, in the quote to the House Foreign Affairs Committee, you said that the policy was a hands-off, stay-away policy, was the safest thing to do to comply with the great Bolton Amendment. Would you like to change the adjective?
I don't remember the testimony.
Well, that's the testimony. Thank you very much.
Mr. DeWine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, in May of 1983, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence issued a report stating the Salvadorian insurgency, and I'm going to quote directly from that report, quote, depends for its lifeblood, arms, ammunition, financing, logistics, and command and control facilities upon outside assistance from Nicaragua and Cuba. This Nicaraguan Cuban contribution to the Salvadorian insurgency is long-standing. It began shortly after the overthrow of Somoza in July 1979. It has provided by land, sea, and air the great bulk of the military equipment and support received by the insurgents, end of quote. Is that assessment still valid today?
It's very difficult to measure the exact amount of material going from Nicaragua to the FMLN. There is material going, and it is still the case that the headquarters of the FMLN is in Managua.
The headquarters? The
headquarters is in Managua. So the relationship is essentially as presented there, though I can't measure the volume of material going.
Mr. Secretary, you stated in your testimony this morning in regard to these events that this is not the way a great nation should conduct its foreign policy. And I think there's a general consensus about that, and I think we all can agree with that. I think there's blame to go around in the administration. I won't take my time today to tick off the reasons. There's blame, I think, also in the United States Congress. But having said that, we're all learning a lot, and these hearings are going to be over with, we hope, by the latter part of July. But we're still going to be faced with the necessity, the urgency of developing a bipartisan foreign policy in regard to Central America, the region of the world that is closest to us, a region of the world that I think there's a consensus on, agreement in Congress, Democrats and Republicans alike, that is essential to our national security. You've been involved in this closer than just about anybody else, at least in the implementation, I suspect also the formulation of the policy in regard to Central America. What can we do as a country to deal with this major problem? You know, we all look back, it's I guess the 40th anniversary of the Marshall Plan. articles in the paper about that, and we all look back, and I don't know whether there's a historical parallel or not. I suspect there is. I know things are different, but what can we do to develop that type of a bipartisan approach to this very urgent problem that we face?
I guess if I knew the answer to that, really, I'd be doing it already. Because we have certainly searched our minds in an effort to come up with answers to that question. I think there is now an understanding in the Congress that this is a grave security threat to us, that we're dealing with a Soviet-linked communist government in Nicaragua. We have not yet persuaded the American people of that, and that's a crucial fact. I think we have to start with that. And I think we in the executive branch have to work better and more closely with Congress, as well as getting the news out to the American people about the extremely tough choices we face. My sense is that people are still looking for easy answers. There are no easy answers. The problem is long past that. There are only difficult answers. But I don't, in terms of getting more bipartisan support, I don't know any answer really other than trying to get the facts around as much as possible.
Well, I just would hope that this is the approach that we all take. You know, we've got all the facts out. We're going to get the facts out in this hearing. Every fact, virtually every fact is going to be known. Most of the facts are already known. The mistakes are obvious, the mistakes that we have made as a country, the mistakes the administration made, that Congress made. But, you know, we need to deal with the vital questions of the day, and I think that's what the American people expect us to do, and I hope that all of us, administration and the Congress alike, keep our eye on the ball and keep our priorities straight and recall what our real obligation is here in the United States Congress and in the administration, and that the area of Central America is absolutely vital to the future of this country. Mr. Secretary, let me move, if I could. Are you aware, to another area, are you aware of a recent public opinion polls in the 4 Central American democracies? Which country, the people of each of those countries, fear the most as far as any kind of threat to the security of that country?
Yeah, there's a Gallup poll. It's in the congressional record, and the answer is, in all 4 countries, Nicaragua.
In the same poll was the question, are you aware of whether or not the question was asked in regard to whether or not the United States should be supporting the Contras?
Yes.
And what was the answer?
The answer was yes. The citizens of Central America approve of the President's policy and the Congress's policy, as we sit here today, of supporting the Nicaraguan resistance forces.
And that was better than 60% in each of those 4 countries that are most intimately involved or potentially most intimately involved with the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Is that correct?
Yes. Nicaragua's neighbors know the Sandinista regime, and they fear it, and they want us to help the resistance to it.
Mr. Secretary, why do you suppose that the church groups in the United States, some of them at least, offer support for the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua when the Catholic Church itself in Nicaragua is really one of the main victims of the Nicaraguan regime and, in a sense, really is one of the strongest opponents of that Sandinista regime? Is that a little ironical to you?
I really have to say, Mr. DeWine, I have been asked this question before, and I have groped with it before, and I don't know the answer. I cannot figure it out. I cannot figure it out. The church in Nicaragua, the Catholic Church, is being destroyed by that regime.
Mr. Secretary, my time is up. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from Florida, Mr. McCullum, have a request?
Unanimous request, Mr. Chairman. The 4 exhibits, the fundraising letters and the cables marked EA 47 through 50, I'd like to ask unanimous consent they be put in the record, admitted to the record.
Without
objection. Chair is none. So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, may we also put into the record the poll reported in the paper this morning with respect to Nicaragua, which shows that by 67 to 29% those polled opposed further aid to the Contras.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Jenkins.
Be
Very quick, because I think I'm the last interrogator. Various witnesses for some time have estimated that the number of freedom fighters that were in Nicaragua varied between 3,000 and 10,000. Is that in the ballpark?
It was prior to the $100 million program. Now it is much higher than that.
Substantially higher?
Substantially higher.
One of the things that has always fascinated me, and I say this not to be humorous, but if anything, if it really gets to the hearts of Americans, I think it is to have the thought that freedom fighters or any other troops that may be fighting in behalf of freedom or for this country don't have boots. Now, I say that without being humorous at all, because let me tell you what has happened. We've had General Secord talk about that. You have a cable that we're trying to get 100 pair of boots down to Pastora's people. We've had McFarlane, I believe, mention this. Other witnesses mentioned this. It has been debated on the House floor. And what is interesting to me is that assuming 10,000 is, take the high figure, at $40 a pair, that's less than $500,000. Now, we have appropriated $27 million for humanitarian aid. We have appropriated $100 million. We have raised through the private sources millions of dollars through this private funding effort. It appears to me that we could spend less than $1 million and give everybody 2 pair of boots down there. Do you see any problem with that? You were in charge of the humanitarian $27 million section.
Well, we did in fact do that. That is, people need, if they're fighting, more than 2 pairs of boots, because these boots do wear out in the jungle after something like 2 or 3 months. But
well, I have some boot manufacturers in my district, so I'm familiar with the cost and so forth, and I just wonder if there is a problem in finding sufficient boots for these people.
There's no problem finding the boots. Problem was money. We spent the $27 million in part for that exact purpose, and one of the main commodities we purchased with that money was boots.
Well, I mean, the decision that you were making was whether or not to give them a watch. As I remember your testimony, it seems to me that a pair of boots would be more important than a watch.
No, but boots were right at the top of the list. Boots were contemplated clearly in the congressional debate. Right. Uniforms were clearly contemplated in the congressional debate, and we include boots in that.
Well, if we gave everybody $1,000 worth of uniforms.
Well, but
we're talking about $10 million.
No, but Mr. Jenkins, no, we're talking about a force at that point of some of which was unarmed, but a force of something like 18,000 people.
Well, that concerns me, because every witness seems to mention it. As I calculate the price of a pair of boots, it doesn't register right with me, with 10,000 people, that you can give 2 pair of boots for less than $1 million. Let me move on quickly, because I know my time. You were not acquainted with the fact that Dr. Segur had met with representatives and set up appointments for Colonel North in 1985.
Correct.
Now, he would have reported that to the Secretary of State, would he not?
It depends. Dr. Segur had been, I believe, at the time in question on the NSC staff before becoming an Assistant Secretary of State, and I don't know in which capacity.
At any rate, you didn't know anything about it?
Correct.
And you never were told about it?
That's right, until these hearings.
Until these hearings. And there was at least $2 million from country 3, was it? Country 3 contributed. There was at least some from country 2.
I don't recall the numbers, but I was not told those facts.
And you are opposed to that type of fundraising, as I am, from third countries?
Well, in principle, I am opposed to it.
Because of the dangers. You indicated that if in international politics, I believe you indicated, if this occurred, you would know about it now because that country would expect some largesse or some...
Well, I think we have proper procedures now, so I'd know about it in any event before. I would know about it before it happened.
So you're not aware as of now whether or not country 3 got what they asked, if they were anticipating some largesse, whether or not they received anything?
I don't know. I can tell you that when I took this up with Secretary Shultz in the spring of '86, he specifically and flatly said we didn't want to do countries like Taiwan and South Korea because of the political relationship with them.
I see. Because of the political relationship?
Well, you remember that I can run through a list of countries now in the world that I mentioned to Secretary Shultz at that time as countries that I thought we might be able to get money from. And he gave me 2 rules, and the 2 rules that he gave me were no country which was a right-wing dictatorship such that the political link to the Contras would be negative, and no country which was getting a lot of aid or help from us, because then we'd be accused of putting the arm on them even if it weren't true.
I see. Well, I agree with that entirely. Let me ask one final question, because my time is up. You're in the critical time that you were not informed of the Hassenfuss relationship to our government, and you were denying, as you've previously testified to. North or his deputy, someone had misled you there when you asked specifically about that, as I understand your testimony.
I actually spoke to his deputy on October 6th.
Now, you just indicated to Mr. Bowling that North was involved in a legal defense fund for him.
I don't think it ever actually got going, but he told me that he was going to be involved, and that Bud McFarland was going to be involved.
So at that time you knew that he had an interest?
Well, no greater than my interest. It was the policy of the Department of State.
I mean, he had an interest in raising money to defend the man.
He had an interest in helping Hassenfuss. That was the policy of the Department of State as well, to help this man and his family.
And once again, in order to ship the other bodies back or to take care of the expenses, we decided to, once again, call upon poor old Colonel North,
as I said,
to raise the money.
I wanted to do it myself. That is, I wanted to come out of my bureau's budget. I was told I couldn't do that, so I called up Colonel North and said, "Can you raise the money?"
Well, that same thing happened, isn't it, in with the rest of the executive branch when we couldn't get the money? We asked Colonel North to raise it. He did raise it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary, your long hours before these committees are about to come to a close, and I want to thank you for your testimony. I know you to be a dedicated and able public servant, and your appearance is very much appreciated by me and all members of the committee. The point I want to make is that I think the tactics that were employed by the administration in carrying out its policy in Central America impeded, if they did not defeat, the policy objectives that you sought. The means the executive pursued undermined the ends you desired. I think you recognized that earlier, and I appreciated that. Now, let me try to be specific about the means, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, because you've had long sessions and you've testified well. First, you misled the Congress because you gave Congress information that was not true in some instances.
But believing it to be true.
Let me make the statement, and then you certainly may respond. You acknowledge that you made statements that were not true, and that, at least in some instances, your testimony taken as a whole was misleading. It's not my intention to go through all of that because we've talked about it for a long time. But we have here not a single inadvertent statement, but a pattern of statements upon which the Congress and its committees relied. And over a period of time, whether intentionally or not, you and your colleagues kept from the Congress critically important facts about policy. By no stretch of the imagination can the approach of the administration in presenting and defending its policy be considered candid or forthcoming or cooperative. And those characteristics, I believe, lie at the heart of successful foreign policy making in this country. Second, you, the administration, relied on secrecy as a chief means to carry out key aspects of your foreign policy goals. The executive tried to implement its policy in secret, and you said, I think earlier today, that ultimately you can't do it that way. And you and I agree at that point. Now let me just make one comment about secrecy, almost parenthetically, if I may. The administration kept from the Congress information about soliciting funds from Brunei. And if I understand your testimony correctly, you said that you wanted to maintain the Sultan's request for confidentiality. I really do not see why we in the United States should let a foreign sultan dictate the requirements of our foreign policy. These are matters that ought to be determined by our processes, not theirs. We simply cannot let a sultan or a king undermine the established constitutional procedures of our government. Third, I think you diminished the role of Congress in the foreign policy process. You told us in the opening statement, and we all agreed with it, that Congress must be a powerful participant in the making of foreign policy. But your actions, as you acknowledged, were not compatible with your rhetoric. You said that unless members of Congress ask exactly the right questions, they won't get the right answer, with regard to one hearing at least, and that is precisely the wrong tactic. The object here is not to avoid a perjury indictment. The object is not to work to make your answer literally correct, but nonetheless misleading. The object is to make the Constitution of the United States work. Congress is a partner, not an adversary. Congress is an advisor, not an obstacle. And the executive and the Congress are meant to work together, and those of us who have responsibility for carrying out that task must make the system work. Now, fourth, you, as others have pointed out, kept yourself ignorant about an important part of policy for which you had responsibility. I was impressed in your testimony about your emphasis on the compartmentalization of policymaking. You did your thing, Colonel North did his thing. You said you did not need to know what Colonel North was doing, and for you it was enough that the State Department was not in violation of the law. That may satisfy you, but it cannot satisfy the Congress. For whatever reasons, and I don't want to judge those reasons, you did not ask the questions that you should have asked about the private network. You looked the other way. You chose not to be informed about a key element of policy directly under your jurisdiction. Now let me try to conclude. We cannot advance United States interests if public officials who testify before the Congress resort to legalisms and word games, claim ignorance about things they either know about or should know about, and at critical points tell the Congress things that are not true. I'm aware, and I don't need to be reminded, that the performance of the Congress in all of this is not flawless. I happen to agree with your observation the other day that this humanitarian aid program that we asked you to administer was simply unworkable, and neither you nor anybody else could administer it well. But I hope you recognize that the Congress cannot play its constitutional role if it cannot trust the testimony of representatives of the President as truthful and fully informed. The President cannot sustain his policy if he tries to carry that policy out secretly, and his representatives mislead the Congress and the American people. Now, whether or not the policy of aiding the Contras is wise, the means you chose to achieve that policy, hiding crucial facts from the Congress, I don't say you did that intentionally, relying on secret means to carry out central elements of that policy, circumventing the foreign policy process, choosing to remain ignorant of key facts, I think, undermined your policy and made it much more difficult for you to carry the day. Under the Constitution, the executive and the Congress both play a key role in making American foreign policy. The members of this committee, of both parties, of all persuasions, have a deeply felt desire to show that our government system of shared powers works. And I do not see how that can be done unless those of us who are charged with that responsibility speak to one another the truth. You may respond.
Well, I guess I'd say I agree with the general points you've made. I would say with respect to myself that I described some testimony yesterday, the testimony immediately after the Hassenfuss shoot-down, as honest and wrong. And I would repeat that statement today, and I cannot promise that I won't be wrong again. We try our best. We will try our best to inform ourselves of all the facts before we come up here. With regard to the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing, you mentioned diminishing the role of Congress with regard to one hearing at least. I would say with regard to one hearing. Under extraordinary circumstances, the day of the Mies announcement, and corrected by me at my initiative about a week later after discussing this with the Secretary's office, the legal advisor, the FBI, and then coming back to the Congress. That said, again, I think I've said some of the, I would agree with you that the manner in which this policy was conducted over the past, 3 years, I guess, has in fact undermined support for the policy in the public and in Congress. It isn't a speculative proposition. I think that your points can be demonstrated in poll data and other ways, that you can't run a government that way and you can't sustain support for policy that way.
We've appreciated your testimony, Mr. Abrams.
Could I, Mr. Chairman, make a closing statement?
I think Mr. Inouye has
I'm sorry.
some remarks. You certainly may, of course, when it comes time.
Mr. Secretary, it's been a long day, but Senator Coyne, I believe you have a final question.
Mr. Chairman, earlier today, Mr. Abrams referred to a deposition of Richard Melton. I think, in fairness, the deposition ought to be included at the conclusion of my remarks or our colloquy.
Thank you, Senator.
Whatever I have to say would be anticlimactic to Chairman Hamilton's statement. I hope that witnesses will take heed. This panel is not organized to serve as prosecutors, and at times we forget that and we get carried away. But there are certain things that must be clarified. You have before you a memo dated May 29th with countries designated with numbers. We have testimony indicating that the President of the United States was aware of the solicitation and the contribution made by country number 2. Was the President of the United States notified as to the solicitation and contribution made by country number 3?
I have no idea.
Was the Secretary of State aware or did he approve the solicitation?
I really have no idea.
Who made the solicitation?
You'd have to go back to the testimony, I guess, of Dr. Segur and others. I don't know really about those solicitations of those countries other than Brunei, which I've talked about, and country 8.
In other words, a private citizen made a solicitation in the name of the United States from country number 3?
My understanding is that a solicitation was made of 3 and I think 5 in about 1985 by a private citizen of the United States, which failed. Yes, failed because of the lack of official U.S. support for that solicitation.
Who made the solicitation for country number 3?
My understanding is General Singlaub made such a solicitation.
With the authority and approval of the United States government?
No.
Country number 4, who made that solicitation?
I have no idea.
Country number 5?
Again, General Singlaub, I think, testified and also told us in the spring of '86 that he had made a solicitation, but that it had failed.
Did he make
and he planned to make another.
Did he make this solicitation in the name of the United States?
No, if I remember what he said, and I think Mr. Melton's memos indicate this, he said that because he lacked the signal, as he put it, he failed, and that was why he wanted to get support from the U.S. government.
Was the President aware of these solicitations?
I don't know.
Country number 6?
I'm unaware of any solicitation of that country at any time.
Country number 8?
I am aware of a solicitation, of a possible solicitation. I'm aware of an inquiry to that country about the provision of goods.
Who made that inquiry?
Well, I'm not sure. It may have been the Secretary, and it may have been an Assistant Secretary of State. I think those are the 2 possibilities.
Was the President advised of the Brunei solicitation?
Not by me, but I would be rather sure that he was so informed. I have to say I'm guessing, but my guess is he was so informed by the Secretary.
Were you advised?
Or by Admiral Poindexter.
Were you advised of the solicitation made to country number 2?
No, sir. At no time until Mr. Dawson of the Tower Committee staff mentioned it to me during my deposition to them.
Was the Secretary of State advised of this solicitation?
My understanding, which is very indirect, is that he was not advised and that he learned about it in that phone call from Mr. McFarland.
This has been a very difficult time for me as a member of the United States Senate. Early this morning, we were told how immoral we were in our policy, congressional policy, in Central America. And I suppose as a result, you felt it justified to ignore some of our laws, carry out secret diplomacy. And some of your testimony just intrigues me. For example, you had a major debate in the rig on wristwatches, whether this was lethal or non-lethal, and yet you weren't sufficiently curious to inquire on the Hassenfuss case or to check with Colonel North after the Miami article was published. I have no idea who is being candid with us. It's not our job. We're not a bunch of prosecutors. But I think it must have been at the least confusing for the people of the United States, and at worst, disconcerting to find that the government of the United States has been less than candid, not only with the Congress, but with the people. So I would hope that future witnesses would take the statement made by Chairman Hamilton very seriously, because I don't think we can stand too many days such as this, listening to testimony which would question great heroes of ours. I don't know whether to believe you or General Singlob, to believe you or Ambassador Tams. And it's not my job to decide whether you or the other one is honest, but someone is not being honest with us. Can you help us?
Senator, with respect to General Singlaub, I think his memory's wrong. I think he's being completely honest. I think he's always been completely honest. And I don't think it is possible to say that he is being dishonest because his memory disagrees with mine. I do want to return for a moment to the word immoral, to make sure you understood what I said or tried to say. I don't approve of what I call tin cup diplomacy. But given the congressional mandate to engage in it, which we had, given the terrible, terrible needs of the Contras, I thought it would have been immoral for me to have failed to use the authority that you gave the State Department to help them. That was the use of the word immorality. With respect to the wristwatches, I'd just say we did debate it. Of course, that was something which was under the State Department's direct supervision and control, and we tried to do the best job we could with it. And we had a lot of debates about the limits of that legislation.
Well, it's been a long day for you, sir, and we thank you very much. We have learned a lot. Before we recess, before your closing statement, I'd like to make the following announcements. There will be a vote in the Senate at 2 p.m. When we recess, we will recess until 2:30 this afternoon. Because it has been referred to extensively during Secretary Abrams' testimony and at the witness's request, the transcript of Mr. Abrams' testimony to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence on December the 8th, 1986, to the extent declassified, will, without objection, be made part of the permanent record of these proceedings and will be designated as Exhibit EA-30A. And immediately at the end of this session, the panel with their senior staff will meet with Judge Walsh in Russell 236 for a very, very important meeting. Secretary Abrams?
Thank you. There's a sense in which maybe what I should say is that the advice I would have to all those students who were watching is that if anybody comes up to you and says, you should be the point man, you should walk in the other direction. But I do have a statement that I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this opportunity. Although the process has been a painful one, the work of these select committees and these hearings are performing a very important function. Obviously, charges of individual breaches of public trust require a full response. However, as a number of committee members have observed, it's even more important for those of us in public life, in Congress, in the executive branch, to understand the questions raised by this unhappy saga, as I think both chairmen were just trying to do and doing. While there are doubtless many more, I just wanted to suggest a few that I think are of special importance. How should the administration and Congress formulate policy with respect to military assistance for those combating hostile forces in our hemisphere? Once that policy has been formulated, what limitations should Congress impose on the administration's implementation of that policy? What is the level of government funds to be committed to the policy? Is it wise to rely in part on funds from other sources in furtherance of the policy? Finally, how can Congress best exercise its oversight role? When there are covert operations, how can the administration report effectively to Congress consistent with the need for secrecy? During the period I've been Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, there has always been in existence a policy of support for the Contras. However, the commitment of U.S. government funds to that policy has been extremely limited. Indeed, the policy contemplated three separate sources of funds. First, Congress voted $27 million in humanitarian assistance. Second, as the floor debate in Congress in the summer of 1985 made clear, it was recognized that private individuals and groups, the identity of which remained mysterious, were contributing either money to the Contras for the purchase of weapons or weapons themselves, and that this resupply activity was ongoing during the period that U.S. government funds could not be used for weapons. And third, in December of 1985, Congress specifically authorized the Department of State to solicit humanitarian contributions to the Contras from foreign governments. I tried to say here today, and I would say again, that I think each element of this policy was flawed. While the $27 million in humanitarian aid was sorely needed, we found ourselves in a position of line drawing over and over again to make certain that the funds were not spent improperly. The question of whether watches or radios were facilitators of humanitarian deliveries or a means of furthering military operations became an issue. While I am proud of the job that Ambassador Dumling and his colleagues at Know-How did, it's clear to one and all that the line between feeding and clothing a resistance force and helping it to fight is a difficult one to administer. The problems inherent in leaving resupply activities in private hands are now abundantly clear. It's very likely that these private efforts kept the Contras alive. I spoke out many times to applaud those who were willing to support this effort, but it was a dangerous policy, more dangerous than most of us, I certainly recognized at the time, to encourage private initiatives and yet be forced to keep our distance from those aiding the Contra cause to avoid charges of Boland Amendment violations. We found ourselves in the worst of both worlds, inadequate supervision on the one hand and the risk of violating the congressional mandate on the other. I can only describe the solicitation of foreign governments for financial contributions as I have today as tin cup diplomacy. We were asking other sovereigns to do what the United States was not prepared to do. While such solicitations were unquestionably lawful and sanctioned by Congress, they are an expedient rather than a desirable long-term policy. It's now very evident that the policy was by its nature subject to abuse. In the case of the private resupply network, knowledge and contacts by U.S. government officials were apparently converted into assumption of responsibility over the operations. Private individuals were reporting over clandestine communications facilities to U.S. government officials. Some U.S. officials apparently disobeyed their own orders and reported in other than the regular chain of command. In the case of the solicitation of foreign governments, the largest solicitations, and this means sensitive diplomatic contacts with foreign officials, were conducted without the knowledge or participation of the Department of State. I think I have learned some lessons from all of this. First, when the conduct of foreign policy requires a congressional mandate, and military assistance is certainly such a case, Congress should provide a clear mandate rather than ambiguous or conflicting signals so the administration can implement the policy effectively and coherently. Secondly, those of us in the administration must play by the rules at all times. Reliance on non-governmental assistance to assist a government undertaking will always be playing with fire. For private individuals may not have and may not feel the legal and political limits placed on government officials. Finally, those of us in the executive branch should be reporting regularly and comprehensively to the Congress, because a policy such as assistance to the Contras must by nature be a partnership between the two branches. These reports should be an open hearing when possible, and when classified or other highly sensitive matters make it necessary to limit reports to closed sessions. Regular reporting to the intelligence committees will enable those designated by their respective houses of Congress to share in policy implementation. Now, it's no secret to anyone that I've had strong views as to what that policy, in fact, should be. About 10 days ago, and I suspect most of you attended Memorial Day parades. I took my family, and it was a great experience for the kids, the fire engines and the police cars and the bands. But when the ceremonies began, my wife and I were reminded that this holiday is in fact a commemoration of Americans who died so that we may remain free. During President Reagan's 6 years in office, few American servicemen have died in Latin America. 4 Marines murdered by communist guerrillas in El Salvador, another killed on the university campus there by the communists. Recently, another killed in a communist guerrilla attack on a Salvadoran military outpost where he was serving as an advisor. While we grieve for these men and our hearts go out to their families, we do thank God it is so few. It is the purpose of our policy in Central America to protect our liberty and security and expand democracy without American military involvement. The challenges we face grow each day. Congress has at times limited or ended or permitted U.S. aid to the Nicaraguan democratic resistance. These committees are performing the function of examining how U.S. policy was implemented and how those limitations were respected, wisely or unwisely, properly or improperly, or indeed whether they were respected at all. But whatever we've done, the Soviet Union has never limited or ended its aid to the communist regime in Nicaragua. There, repression and aggression have grown each year, with $600 million in military aid from the Soviet Union last year alone. Our restraints have not restrained them, and our limits have never limited them. Our policy has been and remains to do all we can within the law to help the Nicaraguan democratic resistance forces to achieve peace and democracy in Nicaragua. The challenge we face is grave, a Soviet effort to achieve domination of the region between the Panama Canal and Mexico, which would constitute a change in the fundamental security situation our country has enjoyed since 1789. Not only would the human rights and democratic gains of the 80s be lost at unspeakable human costs, but our ability to defend our neighborhood and to project power in the world would be irrevocably compromised. I don't think we'll ever accept that. My fear, and I have a fear, is not that we will permit that. My fear is that we will act to prevent it too late. Not now, when all we're called upon to do is to aid the Nicaraguan freedom fighters who are risking their lives each day, but a few years from now, when our only option is the direct use of force. That tragedy may be but a few years away, when Americans may lose their lives in Central America, when we are forced to act directly there. That's why I feel so strongly about the national security issues which underlie our discussions today. That's why I've fought so hard for President Reagan's policy in Central America, because I think we can keep our security and our commitments if we stay the course now. If we do not, I believe the day will come when we will bitterly regret it. I pray we will be able to put aside our differences and our institutional biases and act as a great nation to help our friends and challenge our enemies and protect our freedom and security now, before the cost is so high that it is measured not in dollars, but in blood and in tears. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Before dismissing you, sir, I wish to advise you that your subpoena will remain operative. We may feel it necessary at some later date to call upon you again for testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like the record to show that the attorney accompanying the Secretary is Mr. W. DeVere Pearson. The panel will stand in recess until 2:30 this afternoon, at which time we'll hear from Mr. Albert Hakim.